Okay, so interest is the charge or rent that we pay. This is what, chapter 14. Interest is the rent paid to use or borrow someone else's money. It's calculated on an annual basis. It's the charge to use someone else's money. Value is a word that means 100%. Anytime you're trying to calculate value, you're trying to calculate all of it, 100% of it. LTV stands for loan to value ratio. It's how much money the lender will loan you in respect to how much money you have to put down. Okay, so it's how much money the lender will loan you in respect to the value of the property that you're purchasing. So it dictates how much you have to put down. So if you have an LTV of 80% as an example, the borrower needs to put down 20%. Right? An FHA loan requires a minimum down payment of 3.5%. So the LTV on it is 96.5. It requires, so basically the way you calculate it is 100% minus the down payment is the LTV.
Right.
Okay. And it is the loan, once again, that's how much the lender will loan you in relation to the value, the appraised value of the property that you're looking to purchase. So
the appraised value.
The appraised value, not some crazy price that you came up with to offer. You know?
That's why VA has that that clause.
Yeah, FHA and VA loan have the amendatory clause.
Has that clause
that says if the house is not appraised for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty.
Right.
Yep. I'm just seeing if I can see anything here for LTV.
Oh, FHA also has the same clause?
Yes. FHA and VA loans.
Okay.
It must be added into the contract for all FHA and VA loans, the special amendatory clause. It says if the house is not appraised for the purchase price,
they can back out.
The buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Yep. All right, let me just make up another one. I'm going to be searching here for LTVs. All right, so the LTV ratio, if you ever look at it, it works like this. L, get a thicker marker here. Hold on. LTV. The LTV, if it's 90%, that means they will loan you 90% of the appraised value to the value, loan to value, right? They'll loan you 90% of the appraised value of the property, right? So,
and that's what's going to be interest, that 90%, right? You're going to get charged interest for the 90%.
The loan amount, yeah. The interest is based on the loan amount, not the purchase price.
Right.
Because what is interest? It's the rent
money
you
that
pay.
you pay to rent.
Yeah, it's the rent you pay.
I'm renting your money.
On the borrowed money. Yeah. So, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Interest is the rent. Yes, there you go. Interest is the rent.
That sounds so funny. I'm renting your money.
Yeah, right.
You pay on the borrowed money. Yeah, but you know what? It makes it easier to relate to. You know,
Mhm,
you
it
say when you
does.
call it rent.
Yeah.
Is interest. Now you got people that freak out over math, interest, math, numbers. Ah, you know,
Yep. Yep.
the sweat starts rolling
Yep.
down the head. You know,
Yep. This is good because you get an understanding. It's
yeah.
a better understanding. Yeah.
Interest is the rent. So,
Yeah.
so look, if a property's value, so look, if you're buying a property for $300,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that's the purchase price,
Mm-hmm.
and uh-oh, I think I forgot to bring my phone. I'm gonna have to go get my calculator. Hold on a sec. So you're paying $300,000 is the purchase price, and you got a 90% LTV.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 90%. What's it times 90%? All right. Will give you the loan amount.
Mm-hmm.
What does that come out to?
That would be 27.
27,000.
Oh, it's more than 27,000.
Is it? Let me see.
Yeah, 300,000 times 90%,
It might be 27.
270,000. You're missing the
Yeah.
zero.
Yeah. 270.
$270,000
Yeah.
is the loan amount. Okay.
Yeah.
So that you need how much money to put down?
30,000.
30,000. Okay, so you're going to be paying rent on the loan amount.
So you got to go ask your family. Let me rent $30,000.
So if your interest is 4%,
Mm-hmm.
if that's the interest,
On the 270, right?
yep, it's based off of the 270,
Mm-hmm.
and that's calculated annually, right? So
Mhm.
$270,000 times 4%, that's $10,800.
Mm-hmm.
That's annual.
Times 30 years.
That's
Ooh.
annual interest.
That's a lot of interest.
Divide that by 12 because there's 12 payments a year. That's 900. So divide that by 12.
Divide 10,000 by 12. Yeah.
Yep. And that's $900 a month in interest you're paying.
Ooh, honey.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. That's how we calculate interest divided by number of payments.
Mm.
You see what I did though? As I'm doing
Mhm.
this math problem, you see what I'm doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm writing next to all the figures what they are so I don't get lost in my math. It's all simple math, and I could use a calculator for it. So as I'm working my way down here, I'm writing next to the number what it is. You guys should get in that habit,
Okay. Yeah.
and then you won't have a problem figuring out these math problems because they're pretty easy. It's just a matter of you could get lost in all the calculations writing it on the scrap paper. You forget
Right.
what numbers what.
Mixed up.
Yeah. But you see how we calculated the interest on this? How much
Yeah.
you're paying monthly on interest on
Yeah.
That's
a
crazy.
$300,000 purchase price with an LTV of 90%. Well, that means you have to put down 10%. So if you put down 10%, the 30,000, the loan amount, you got to subtract that amount. It's 270,000 is the loan amount. 270 times your interest rate that's charged, the rent that you're being charged, the interest rate, the rent, right? The rent.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But wait a minute. If that includes also part of the money that you already taken?
You're not, well, you subtracted that because you're purchasing the property for 300,000.
Yeah. At the end of the loan, you're gonna be paying like 350 or maybe more than that, 400,000. So that will be like including that price, right?
Oh, we're going to do a math problem. You'll figure out how much it is.
Ah, Jesus.
All right, look,
I'm scared.
don't be scared. Look,
It's
I gave you a math.
No, I'm not scared of the math. I mean, I got the math, but I'm scared of all these money that they taking.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of money. I mean, hey, it's you know, bankers make money. Surprise, surprise. You know.
Right.
Look, the oh, where am I looking here? I emailed to you guys a math how-to study guide, right? It's well, actually, it's in your shared Google Drive in the supplemental folder. Hold on one second. I'm gonna open it up in the background so I can show you, but let me also open up the shared Google Drive. All right, you guys see the shared drive here?
Yeah.
All right. So in the supplemental materials folder here, I have one, math problems, print me, right?
Okay.
Now I already have that open in the computer, so let me show you. This is what this guide is. I have to update it a little bit, but it's still good. It's still good. I show you how to do just about every kind of math problem that we're gonna need. And I do step by step. Here's one, comparing two mortgage loans, okay? Now I got this built into this slideshow that we're going over in class here too. So you don't have to necessarily pull this open, but here it is in the math how-to study guide. I compared two loans because usually you get a question like this in state exam. How much would you save on interest over the life of a loan on a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan? If the loan amount is if the loan, not the purchase price, the loan amount is $300,000 and an interest rate is 5%. So if you're borrowing $300,000 at a 5% interest rate, how much would you save on a 25-year loan versus a 30? How would you even begin?
You get the interest of it first.
Well,
You have to add 5 more years on because after you get your answer.
well, we gotta first learn how to calculate what the monthly mortgage payment would be. And we have not learned to do that yet. So we can't be skipping forward. So back to the slideshow is my point.
Okay.
So equity is the difference between the current value of a property and what's owed on it. Equity can be built in different ways. The market value can increase on the property. You could do home improvements to build equity in the property by increasing its value, right? Or you could pay down the debt through periodic payments, paying down the debt on your mortgage, you can build equity. So once again, let me give you a visual on this. So equity is the difference between the value of the property. Let's say you buy it for $300,000. That's the value. And what's owed on it. Let's say you put down $30,000 when you purchased it, right? So you owe how much at this point when you first buy it? $270,000. I'm using this example here from the left, right?
Yeah.
So the loan amount. If you subtract the loan amount from the value, you get the equity.
30,000.
Correct. So when you buy the property, when you first buy the property, your equity is equal to your down payment.
Okay.
Now, is there ways that you could raise this equity?
Yes.
Sure you can. like I said on this slide, you can do a home improvement and increase the value. You could wait for the market values just to naturally rise on their own, right? Or through periodic payments, paying down the mortgage on what you owe. You're increasing that difference between the value and what's owed, right? So any kind of any gap that you make by raising the value of the property, here's what you owe on it. If you raise the value, aren't you increasing equity? That's the gap in between. That's the built-in value. Property values just go up on their own. You're building equity, or you're paying down what's owed on the property. You're building equity, right? You pay down what's owed. This is what's owed. This is the value. So you don't increase the value, but you pay down what's owed on it. You're building equity, right? Or we could increase the value of the property through either the market doing it on its own or by us doing improvements. That increases equity, that gap. It's the difference between the value and what's owed.
Got it.
So highlight on page 236, the amount of mortgage loan in relation to the value of the home is the loan to value, or LTV ratio. And above where it says the value of the home, write appraised value. And then somewhere on the top of the page there, write value equals 100%. Because anytime we're talking about value, we're talking about 100% of it. Now, interest rates change. They fluctuate in the money market as money becomes available to us. Money's not always so available. Lenders are not always as willing to throw it at us. When interest rates are high, alternative forms of financing may be more attractive. There's adjustable rate mortgages, which we have an acronym for, an ARM. We call it an ARM, ARM, the adjustable rate mortgage. You see where they get that from, the ARM? Seller financing becomes more popular in times where the lenders are not loaning money. There's government programs may have higher LTV. So a government program may have a higher LTV ratio where they'll lend you more money. So a higher LTV means that less money is required to be put down, right? They'll loan you more in relation to the value of the property. FHA and VA loan programs are available to help people with borrowing. You have state programs through the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency, the NJHMFA. The USDA, yes, the people who stamp and inspect our food, right? The USDA, they lend money to people in rural areas and to farmers, right? Now, payment plans on fixed rate loans, we're going to go over first. The word amortize means to kill off slowly over time. You're killing off the debt on the loan slowly over time through periodic payments towards the principal and interest. The principal is the amount you borrowed. The interest is the rent that you pay on the money that you borrowed, right? So the word amortize means to kill off slowly over time. So let's highlight that under payment plans. On the first line, amortize means to kill off slowly over time. And then on the third line, we're going to highlight regular payments are applied first to the interest owed, and the balance is applied to the principal amount over the term, whatever the term is, 30-year loan, 40, 20, 25, 10, 15. I don't know how long the loan is.
What you say after amortize? To highlight what?
On the third line, regular payments are applied first to the interest owed, and the
Okay.
balance is applied to the principal amount over a term.
And then with that interest paid.
Hmm?
Wow.
So then we have a couple of different kinds of loan types listed here. We have fully amortized, which means that by the time you make your last payment, the loan has been fully killed off. The balance is zero. So by fully amortized or fully killed off. See how I'm translating these words in my head? If the word amortized means to kill off, fully amortized means fully killed, right?
Yes.
So the payment amount doesn't change. It remains constant over the life of the loan if it's a fixed rate loan, right? Payments get applied first to the interest owed and the balance towards the principal. By the time the last payment is made, loan's been fully amortized or fully killed off, and the balance should be zero. A straight loan, the second bullet point down here, is an interest-only loan. So highlight the term straight loan where it says it in bold on the second line, and then just above it, it says interest only. Highlight interest only there. So you're highlighting interest only on the first line, second line, straight term loan. What's a straight loan? An interest only loan. You'll never pay this loan off because you're only paying the rent. You're never paying down what's owed on it. You're never paying back the money you borrowed. You're only paying the rent back to borrow the money, the interest, right? This is used by people to for short term, for fixing and flipping properties, or it's a short-term loan that you only pay the rent on until you pay back the loan in full. So bridge loans are interest-only loans. Loans for builders or investors who are fixing and flipping properties. For second mortgages, interest-only payments. Okay, let's see. Now we have a partially amortized loan. The third bullet point, the second line at the end of the line, we're going to highlight when the final payment is larger amount than the others. This is called a balloon payment. And this type of loan is a partially amortized loan. So what's a partially amortized loan? Well, what does the word amortize mean?
To kill off slowly.
To kill off slowly. So if you've only partially killed it off, that means by the time you make the last payment, you've only partially killed it off. That means that the last payment, in order to kill off that loan, is going to be larger than the rest. So that larger payment, the one that balloons in size, they call it a balloon payment. You see how they get these terms? Because it ballooned in size. It's bigger than the rest. Why would somebody get a partially amortized loan? Monthly payments cheaper. Biweekly mortgages. This is, do not mistake this as making a payment twice a month. It's a half payment every 2 weeks. Highlight, biweekly mortgages involve half payments every 2 weeks instead of monthly. And then go down 2 lines, and at the end of the line, we're going to highlight the extra money is applied entirely to the principal. Now, if you do this, a biweekly mortgage, see, it's not 2 payments a month. It's a half payment every 2 weeks. And if you make a half payment every 2 weeks, not all months have only 4 weeks in them. So you're actually going to end up paying 26 half payments a year, which equates to 13 monthly payments a year. So you're making 1 extra payment a year that goes entirely towards the principal.
That's good.
That saves. That's a good one.
And when you do that, you could reduce a 30-year fixed rate loan down to 22 or 23 years
Mhm.
by simply making one extra payment a year that you apply entirely to the amount you borrowed. None of it goes towards interest.
Now the banks have like these they tell you if you pay like 400 more, you're gonna finish in this time of the period of the time. Things now, so they break it for you very, very easily now too.
Well, a lot of times, if you ask the bank now to set up, if you want to change your loan, why do a biweekly mortgage? Because some people don't have the ability. They don't have that inner
Right.
strength that if they have that extra money burning a hole in their pocket, they got to spend it. They have the inability to save it up and then just make an extra payment on their own, applying it towards the principal only.
Right.
So this is a way that it's kind of becomes transparent to you. You're just making, instead of making one payment a month, you're making a half payment every 2 weeks. So basically they're getting a little extra money out of you every time you're making a payment, and they're applying it only to the principal.
Wow.
So it basically works out to you making one extra payment a year that gets applied entirely to the principal. But you know what? If you were to do this on your own, and at the beginning of the year, you just made one extra payment in addition to your regular
You
payment,
kill it. Yep.
Yep.
you actually save more money. You actually even kill that loan off quicker,
Yeah.
because for that whole entire year now, it's less borrowed money they could charge you interest on.
Yep.
That's how it breaks the loan down even quicker.
Yeah. Mhm.
Look at that. Imagine doing that. One extra payment a year can save you 8 years of payments.
Yep. 8 years.
8 years of payments.
In pain.
Yeah, well, that is pay. Every time that money comes out of your pocket, it's painful, right?
It's painful.
Now, you got this picture, this from the bar chart here on the top of the, on the next page here, 237. Here, this chart shows you in a 30-year fixed rate loan, out of your monthly mortgage payment, how much of it goes towards the principal, which is this light color part of the bar up here, and how much goes towards the interest, which is the dark color part. As you can see by the chart here, principal is the light color, interest is the dark color part of the chart. Most of your monthly mortgage payment goes towards the interest. And it's like that for at least the first half of the loan before it flips. So every month you make your monthly mortgage payment on your house, the majority of that money goes to the rent, right? The interest is the rent.
Yeah.
Wow.
And taxes.
Kind of makes you sick, doesn't it? But now, well, we're not even talking about taxes. We're just talking about the loan.
The loan, they want that interest up.
We're not talking about your taxes or your insurance. We're just talking about the loan, which consists of principal and interest. Principal is the amount you borrowed, paying that money back, and interest is the rent that they add onto it. The interest, they tack that onto it, the rent that you're paying for borrowing this money. So how come they don't make this interest equal throughout all 30 years?
Yeah, how come they don't?
Because they could do that and still get the same money out of you. How come they don't just make it equal? 50, your monthly mortgage payment, half of it goes towards the principal, half goes to the interest. Well, typically, how long do people stay in homes for?
Like 6, 7 years.
Oh.
Yeah, 5 to 7 years on average. So these days, people are staying in homes only 5 to 7 years before they sell them. So the bank wants to load their money up front so they get their money back. Because chances are you're not going to be in it all these years. So the bank wants to get as much money as you up front as they possibly can.
Oh, got it. Wow.
Now, an adjustable rate mortgage, an ARM, we're going to highlight Adjustable rate mortgages shift the risk or reward of changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower. And then write ARM right after that, ARM, because that's the abbreviation you'll see it as more, an ARM. Now we're going to go over the anatomy of an adjustable rate mortgage on this next page or two. They're going to be going over how adjustable rate mortgages work. So we're going to go over the anatomy of an adjustable rate mortgage. So in an adjustable rate mortgage, it shifts the risk or reward. If the interest rates go up, the borrower pays more. If the interest rates go down, the borrower pays less. Now, what determines how often or when the interest rates go up or down? Well, they go up or down once a year. The adjustment period is on the anniversary of the loan. So it goes up once a year or down once a year on the anniversary date of the loan. Now, what determines whether that interest rate goes up or down? Well, they have to tie it to some sort of an index. That index is the 1-year US Treasury bill that a lot of lenders use. So if the interest rate on the 1-year Treasury bill goes up or down, that would dictate whether the interest rate goes up or down on your loan. Now, margin, if it costs the lender 2% to borrow money that they're going to lend to you, and they want to earn 2% on that money, how much do they need to charge?
4%?
4%. That's the margin. It's the difference in how much money costs them to how much they want to make off of it. That's the margin. It's the markup, right? Lenders usually don't lend their own money. They lend other people's money.
Mm-hmm.
It's safer to lend someone else's money than my own, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, if I could borrow your money and lend it to someone else and make money off of it, I would have to mark it up in order to make money, right? So let's just say you're going to lend me money, but you're going to charge me 2%, and I want to earn 2%. I got to charge the person I lend it to 4%.
Right.
Now when they pay me back, I'll be able to pay you back, and I get to keep 2%.
Right.
That's the margins, the markup. All right. The cap is the maximum because this is an adjustable rate mortgage. Some people are like, oh, you don't want to get those. You never know what the interest rate's going to be. What about in that single year if the interest rates shoot up, they skyrocket? Nope. There's a cap on that. Look, here, see this little bottle? I got a spray bottle here. There's a cap on it, right? The cap is the highest that the interest rate can go up in any single adjustment period, right? So if the liquid squirts out of this bottle, if I squeeze it, what's the highest it's going to go? It's going to be stopped by the cap, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the cap is the highest that it could ever go in any single adjustment period. Now, the ceiling is like a lifetime cap on the loan. So if I took this cap off the loan and I squeeze as hard as I could, what's going to stop it? What's the highest that it could go? It's going to hit the ceiling. That's the highest it could go in over the life of the loan. So the ceiling is the maximum the interest rate can go up over the life of the loan. So you don't just have a cap on how much it could go up in any single adjustment period. Hey, it's a 30-year loan, right? Well, the ceiling would top off the maximum it could go up over the life of that loan. And then lenders will usually paint out, they'll give you the worst case scenario. They'll actually write it out on paper when you get the loan. They'll spell out the worst possible case scenario, the highest that the interest rate is possibly can go up over the life of your loan would be this. And this is what your monthly mortgage payment would be. They actually spell it out for you when you get an adjustable rate mortgage. So people are like, don't get those adjustable rate mortgages. You never know what they're going to be. You could end up paying $1 gazillion on that thing. No, it's not. They spell out the worst case scenario for you. All right. So people who say that just never read the paperwork, when they got the loan. What's that? Or were you talking to me? Somebody else?
No, my daughter.
All right. So that's the adjustable rate mortgage. So all we really need to know about here is the adjustable rate mortgage shift the risk, or it's a type of loan that shifts the risk or reward of the changing interest rates from the lender to the borrower. And that you should probably know the terms cap and ceiling. Okay. Cap is the maximum it could go up in any single adjustment period, and the ceiling is the maximum it could go up over the life of the loan. Okay. All right. Negative amortization. Turn the page. All right. So on page 238, we could highlight ceiling is the lifetime cap. Then negative amortization. Highlight the term negative amortization. When the monthly payment isn't enough even to cover the interest owed. You don't want to be put in that situation. If your monthly payment doesn't even cover the interest owed, that's a bad situation. Let me show you why. Now, let's just give you an example. Let's keep it simple. If out of 100, let's just say that your monthly payment's $100, right? We'll keep it simple. Your monthly payment's $100. And the interest on this loan, $80 of that monthly payment is your interest. So this is the I, the interest. This is the monthly payment. But instead, you paid 50.
No.
Right? So if you paid $50, how much were you short?
$30 in interest.
For the interest.
$30, yeah.
$30, right? So if you were short paying $30 on the interest, let's just say your total loan amount was $100,000 here, right? And you were short 30. After you make this monthly mortgage payment, because you only paid $50, they're going to add that shortfall of the interest of $30 onto the loan.
Oh, wow.
So every month you're paying interest now. So next month you're going to be, what's it, $130? Okay, forget about this payment amount. Let's just say the interest. Say they would let's just say that they were okay with you paying. Whoa, what the hell's going on? That was weird. That happened all on its own. Hold on one second.
Yeah, that was weird.
It happened all the time. Well, I think I may have slid my hand across the board there. Sometimes the board will
Maybe somebody's trying to communicate with you, Big.
work as a mouse. What about money? Don't talk about interest. All right. So what'll happen is you'll take the shortfall from that monthly payment and add it onto the total that you owe. And so next month you're going to be paying interest. And if you're paying 4% interest, now you got to add 4%. Now you're going to be paying interest on the unpaid interest from last month. So every month you make a mortgage payment, if you're paying less than the interest owed, every month you make a payment, you owe more money. Here, we can take this. I don't want to confuse you with this, right? So look, if you started out with owing $100,000 and you didn't even make the interest payment on it, you made less than interest, they add that shortfall onto the amount that you owe. So next month you owe even more money. If you keep doing this, every month you make a payment, you owe even more money. That's a bad situation. You'll never pay back what you owe. That's called negative amortization. Because if amortization means to kill off slowly over time, negative is the opposite. You're building up debt. You follow?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in debt the rest of your life.
Pretty
Doing
much.
Doing it like that. Yeah.
So negative amortization is when the monthly payment is less than the interest owed. Just put that as your definition. Negative amortization is when the monthly payment is less than the interest owed. So yeah, basically you'll never pay that balance off because every month you make a payment, you owe even more money. So the shortfall is added to the balance. Now, some loans have it built in. We have some adjustable rate mortgages where the lender, where it has negative amortization built into it. We know it's going to happen in advance. But the lender will eat that loss because they give, to try to get you into an adjustable rate mortgage, they have what we call teaser rates that are lower than what the current, than what you could get in the current market, right? So a lot of people are like, I don't want an adjustable rate mortgage. I want a fixed rate because I want to be able to know what my interest rate's going to be this year. I want it to be that way 30 years from now, right? Especially since they're low rates now. So how could a lender tease you into getting an adjustable rate mortgage? Well, if the current rate is 4%, what if they say, we'll give you a loan starting out at 2?
Yeah. Well.
Sounds kind of all right, doesn't it?
Good.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That for that time.
And it'll be fixed rate at 2% for the first year, 3 years, 5 years, or even 7 years. And then after that, it becomes adjustable.
Adjustable to what?
I want to know what the cap is.
Adjustable to whatever the current rates are going for.
Oh no.
Yeah. Right.
According to them or according to the whole thing? Oh, I mean,
Well, the thing is here.
You want to know what the cap rates or the ceiling
right.
be.
Well, all that plays a role, right? All that could play a role in it. But look,
I want to know
how about
high.
this? Some people won't care. Look, if the current market rates here, let's just say the current market rates are 5% interest, right? But the ARM, that this is for fixed. But you could get an ARM at let's say you could get an ARM at 2%.
They try to take your arm with all that money.
That's right. Does that sound good? It's an adjustable rate, but it's at only 2%. It's going to be fixed at 2%. An ARM, it's going to be, this is the teaser rate.
Mm-hmm.
It's a teaser rate. It's fixed for the first 3, 5, or 7 years. Now people will be like, wait a minute. All right. So I'm going to pay a low interest rate for that many years. Well, wait, I should say 1, 3, 5, or 7 years. All right. After that, maybe I could just stay in that loan. If I get it for fixed for that many years at that interest rate, I could just, after when it starts getting adjustable, I could just refinance into a fixed rate loan. By then I should have a lot of equity built into it, right?
Sounds good.
Yep.
That sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah,
deal. That's a good deal.
You know what I call that?
What? A ripoff? Gambling?
That's gambling. Why is that gambling? You're assuming that the property values are going to keep going up. What if the real estate market went, took a nosedive like it did?
Right.
A lot of people were doing this. They were taking the gamble. They're like, oh, property values been shooting up for years. Are you crazy? Real estate it's so freaking stable. There's no way.
It went down.
Eh.
And it crashed.
They took the gamble and lost. And then what happened? It was the freaking lender's fault.
Yeah.
They enticed me into it. You know what?
I didn't have that money.
We even come up with terms for that. We call it predatory lending. They were targeting us.
Yeah.
No.
Well, actually, they did target certain communities.
Yeah, they did.
They were targeting a lot of minority communities, and people who are minorities. Now, why did they do that, though? Because the government kind of forced their hand. The government, once again, here we go, politicians, we got to throw into there. You had the government regulators. The government regulators regulate the banks to make sure that they're following all the rules like they're supposed to. But you had this one guy in Congress that was a regulator. His name was Barney Frank. He's not in Congress anymore, but his name was Barney Frank. And there's even this Dodd-Frank legislation that still goes around. You may hear from time to time. And what he did is he went to the banks or to the bank regulators, and he said, you know what? You need to go back to the banks, and they are not writing enough loans
For minorities.
to, hold on a second. They're not writing enough loans to poor people and minorities. And then the regulators. Now he's talking to the regulators, the ones who are overseeing the banks. And they're like, yes, but you know, we don't look at these things. We look at what their debt to income ratio is and how much they could borrow in relation to the amount of money that they earn. You know, these are what are the criteria that banks are supposed to look at. So how are we supposed to regulate them? I don't care about any of that. If they're not writing more loans to poor people and minorities, then they're discriminating. And if they're discriminating and not giving more loans to poor people and minorities, we're going to start giving them heavy fines or even yank their licenses. And the regulators are like, well, how would we even monitor such? I don't care. If they're not doing this, then they got to be discriminating, right? So then they go to the banks and tell the banks this, and the banks are like scratching their heads. They're like, let me get this right. What you're telling us is we should give more loans to people that we know are going to default on them, because you're telling us to ignore the numbers now and just give more loans to people, even if we know they're going to default, just because they're in lower income brackets or they're a minority group. Isn't that targeting?
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, okay, sure. And then you've seen what came to be known as, what they started calling now. They only call it this when a problem pops up later, but they knew it was going to pop up. They started calling it predatory lending, because now you're a predator because you are targeting poor people and minority groups with these loans, offering them low interest rates, teaser rates. Hell, they were offering loans like this. Check this one out. Stated income, stated assets. You know what that means? You don't need to prove what your income is or what your assets are, how much money you got in the bank. You could just tell the bank how much money you make and how much money you got in the bank without ever showing bank statements or your tax returns. You just tell them on an application how much money you're earning. You think people are going to fib a little bit if they think that'll help them get the loan to buy the house?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you think people were doing? When you got a bus driver stating that they're making 300 grand a year, you know, there's some issues going on, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a bus driver making 300 grand a year?
Nope.
That's crazy. All right. But it was happening, and it's starting to come back. Slowly, it's creeping in. It's coming back. We haven't really learned from the problems of the past. Once the economy starts improving, they start doing this stuff again. All right. But let's see what's going to happen, because I don't know what the hell's going to happen with our economy right now. So let's see. It's to be determined, right? TBD, to be determined. You guys want to see a history of this? There's a movie for you guys to watch. This is the title. The Big Short. You guys ever see this movie, The Big Short? It's about
but
the mortgage meltdown that happened and how the regulators reduced these regulations. But I don't think they get too deep into the woods of that, because then that would have to go against a particular political party, and they're not going to do that. So they take off from the point of where the regulations already are set. And then they go from that forward, and they show how people were gambling with the loans and all that stuff. Okay. So they don't get too deep into the woods of the political part of it, but they show you basically, it does a pretty accurate description though, otherwise, about from that point on of how these markets got out of control with the prices going up like crazy. Because let me ask you a question. If these people who previously could not afford to buy a house, they would never get a loan before. If you lower the regulations, where now the people who previously could not afford to get a loan, the poor people and minorities who either had poor credit histories or didn't make a lot of money or had more debt than they made, they previously could not get a loan. And if the borrowing requirements were dropped so that they now can get a loan and they could borrow money, what about those people who could previously already get a loan and could qualify? That means that they could borrow even more money. And if people could borrow more money, how much are homeowners going to want for their homes? More money, right?
Right.
So if more money is available for people to pay, homeowners are naturally going to want more money for their homes when they sell them.
Give me Joe's number again.
It's common sense, right? The only thing is politicians' common sense ain't too common. They really don't pay attention to these things because they don't care. They're just looking to score some brownie points, with the voters. Okay. I lowered the regulations, allowing more Americans to become homeowners. Yeah, you also entice more people into going bankrupt, into debt, who you knew a lot of these people were going to default on the loans in advance. You were told, you were warned. You could see clips out there. If you look at C-SPAN, you could see news clips where Barney Frank was like, well, I never said that. And then they show the side-by-side clip where he's like yelling at the regulators. It's funny. So The Big Short is a movie that describes really good. And this is a movie with a lot of heavyweight movie stars in it. Take a look at it, guys, because now that you're learning a lot of this terminology, you'll be able to understand more of what they're talking about. Because otherwise, some of the stuff goes over your head and the movie can be a little boring. But if you understand the terminology, it's like, oh, I know what they're talking about. I know what they're doing. I know what's going on here. And the movie is a little bit more entertaining then, So negative amortization, when the monthly payment is less than the interest owed. All right. They also have some hybrid mortgage plans. Like I told you, it's not just adjustable. It's fixed for a couple of years and then it becomes adjustable. That's with the teaser rates. They call those hybrid mortgages. All right. So a straight loan is an interest-only loan. You're only making the payments on the rent, the interest owed. It's risky. Some loans that are interest-only are for part of the term. Payments will significantly increase later. A lot of times a builder, they'll get these interest-only loans, but they're interest-only and they need to be paid back by a certain date. The builders, when they borrow money to do construction, they already have a plan in advance. Oh, well, construction should be done by a certain date. They estimate how long their construction should take, and then how long it should take to have it on the market before that home sells. And then So they give the lender a timeline of about when they should get that money paid back by. And the borrower, the builder, the borrower, pays back interest only. That's the smallest amount possible, all the way up until then. And then if they didn't sell it by then, their monthly payments shoot up like crazy. They actually start getting fined by the bank. So the penalties become larger and larger the longer it takes them to pay the money back. I seen builders go out of business because they misinterpreted the market, or they weren't able to pay back the property loan back in time because they weren't able to sell the property in a timely manner. All right, interest. Let's talk about that now. On the bottom of the next page, 239, we're going to highlight a charge for the use of someone else's money is called interest. And then above the word interest, in quotes, write the rent.
Joe.
So how is interest calculated? I told you interest is calculated on an annual basis. And here's an example of that. If you have a $100,000 loan amount, here, let me go to the next slide because I have it written out here, but it's written out a little clearer on the next slide. So let me temporarily go there for a second. All right, as you can see on this slide. Oh, wait, maybe I don't. Whoa. What the hell? These slides went out of order somehow. Hold on one second. I got to reorder something. I don't know how that got out of order. Sorry, guys. There we go. All right, so here we go. So if we turn to page 239 to 240, at the top of 240, you'll see this. I want you to put a highlighted box around these 4 steps and write on the side of it how interest is calculated. So if you have a loan amount of $100,000, not a purchase price, but the loan amount of $100,000, and you have a 7% interest, you just do 100,000, the loan amount times the interest rate gives you the annual interest. Divide that by the number of payments in the year. So your typical loan is going to be once a month, right? So you divide it by 12 payments. That's that'll give you $583.33 to pay that first month's interest on the loan. Now, if you know that your monthly mortgage payment, including the principal and interest, is $665.31, you just subtract that monthly interest payment from your mortgage payment, and that's how much goes to pay back the principal, the amount you borrowed. So out of a $665 monthly payment, only $81 goes to pay back the amount you borrowed.
That's garbage.
I know. Wow.
Oh my God, just looking at that, I'm like, that's going to take a long time to pay it back, isn't it? So how much do I owe on my loan now? Well, if you borrowed $100,000 and you only paid back $81.97 of it, $81.97 minus $100,000, you're now owe next month's balance will be $99,918.03.
I know, ridiculous.
So how much of your next month's payment is going to go towards interest? We'll take $99,918.03 times 7%, divide it by 12, and keep doing the same thing over and over. It'll be a different amount than this. Here, let me figure it out for you really quick. 99,918.03 times 7%. Divided by 12. That's $582.85. Okay, so it fluctuates, it changes every month based on the balance. But don't forget, I'm just subtracting the balance. I'm calculating the interest every month based on the balance. But don't forget, you got to be adding the interest onto the balance as well if it's not paid. Okay, so 100,000 times 7, or the what do you call it? The amount borrowed times the interest rate equals annual interest divided by the number of payments equals that month's interest payment. Okay, so these are the steps on calculating this. Now, if you did this once for every payment during the life of the loan, they would call that a mortgage amortization chart. So in a 30-year mortgage loan, how many monthly payments are there? Well, 30 years, we know there's 12 months in a year, so 30 times 12 is 360. 360? 365.
Go.
No, 360. 30 times 12, 360. There's 360 months in a 30-year mortgage. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right. So now we know the steps on how to calculate how much of your monthly payment goes towards the interest. That's not hard, those 4 steps, right?
Nope. No, it's not.
All right, so that part was pretty easy.
Yeah.
Now, so that they call that an amortization schedule if you were to do this once for every year. Or once for every month for the full term of the loan. So this chart we have here on page 240, the chart figure number 14.3, shows you the first 3 months and the last 3 months of a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. How do I know it's a fixed rate mortgage other than the fact they say it there? What's the balance at the end? 0. So I know it's fully amortized.
Yes.
I know it's fixed rate because the first payment and the last payment are the same. The only thing that changes is how much of that monthly payment goes towards principal and how much is applied towards the interest owed over the term. You see how it flips towards the end?
Yes. Yeah.
And then the balance on the last payment is 0. So I know it's not a partially amortized loan. I know it's fully amortized. All right. Now, the interest that you pay on your loan is tax deductible in the year that it's paid by the borrower. Let's see. So let's back it up a little bit. Points. What's a point? A point is prepaid interest on the loan. Sometimes you have to pay points in order to qualify to get a loan because maybe your debt to income ratio is out of whack. So sometimes the lender would require you to pay some what they call discount points up front. So these points, how are they calculated? Well, each point is 1% of the loan amount, not the purchase price, the loan amount. So if you borrow 100,000 times 1%, there's that's a point, and that's the interest that you would pay up front. And any interest you pay up front like that is tax deductible by the borrower in the year that you paid it. That's why at the end of the year, if you got a mortgage loan, at the end of the year, your bank sends you your interest statement of how much of all your interest payments you paid over the year. All your mortgage payments over the year went towards interest. You could use that to write off on your taxes. So any points that are prepaid on that loan are also deductible on your taxes. Now, what if you could negotiate and get the seller to prepay points for you, for the borrower? You could do that, you know. When negotiating to buy a house, if you need to pay points, you can negotiate and ask the seller to pay a point or two on your loan. And if you do, who could deduct it on their taxes?
The seller, if they're paying it, right? You can too?
It's still the borrower because it's the borrower's loan.
Oh,
The
yeah.
borrower who's going to get that tax statement at the end of the year. So if you can negotiate for a seller to pay points on a borrower's loan,
Yeah.
and the bonus is the borrower gets to write it off on their taxes too,
Yeah.
win-win. Touche, good job. All right. All right. Now, a rate lock. Okay, we know that interest rates are going up and down throughout the day, you know. Now, when you're buying a house, you got to get a pre-qualification letter at minimum at the beginning, right? And they tell you the interest rate for whatever time it was, stamping time in that, whatever the interest rate was on that day. That doesn't mean that you're getting the interest rate at that amount. That just shows you as of today, that's what the interest rate was that you qualified for. When you eventually find a house that you want to buy, you put an offer in, you contact the lender, you can lock in, the lender will give you a complimentary rate lock now to lock in the rate for you when you put in the application for that loan. They'll lock in that rate for you. But how long does it take to close on a property? On average, it's about 60 days.
60.
So if they give you a complimentary rate lock for that amount of time, they lock in the rate. So even if the rates go up, you still get it at that amount.
Mm-hmm.
If you go past that date, interest rates go up or down to whatever they're at. If the interest rates went up and the borrower wants to keep that lower rate, they would have to pay the lender an extension on the rate lock. You see why it's important for us as real estate agents to make sure everything moves smoothly in the transaction, that we meet the deadlines and the dates that we anticipated at the beginning. Because if we miss a date, we could end up costing our borrower a lot of money to try to lock in the rate at a longer term. Okay. But what is a rate lock is what I want you to know. You could buy 30, 45, or 60-day rate locks are available from the lender. But the longer the rate lock, the more expensive it is. All right. Okay, before I get into this, let's go to page 241. Let's see. So we talked about what a point is. Let's do a math problem on a point. A point's prepaid interest on the loan, and it's tax deductible by the borrower in the year it's paid, no matter who paid them. So here's the math of a point. If each point's equal to 1% of the loan amount, not the purchase price, how is it calculated? Well, if the purchase price is $325,000 and the buyer has to put 20% down and pay 2 points, and the buyer has to pay $5,000 in closing costs, how much does the buyer need to complete this purchase? See, this is the type of question you'll get on an exam. You get a question like this on the school exam, by the way. So if the purchase price is $325,000, you got to put 20% down. Well, what's 20%? 325 times 20% is $65,000 is your down payment amount. You got to subtract that from the purchase price. And then that's your loan amount is 260. So if you got to pay 2 points, 260 times 2 points is 5,200. And you got to pay 5,000 in closing costs. So how much money they need? 65,000, that's 20% down. The 2 points of 5,200 and the $5,000, that's $75,200.
Yeah.
So that's how you would calculate it. If you were calculating these 2 points based on the purchase price and you did not subtract the borrower's down payment, you get the problem wrong.
Mm.
A point is what? What is a point? It's prepaid interest on the loan. The loan, not the purchase price. The loan. You need to remember that. Otherwise, you're going to get this math problem wrong, and you will get this math problem. And it's an easy math problem.
On the loan.
Here's the same exact problem, worded a different way, a more complicated way. If the purchase price is $325,000 with an LTV of 80%, and the buyer pays 2 points and they have to pay $5,000 in closing costs, how much money does the buyer need to purchase? Well, if the LTV is loan to value ratio is 80%, how much does the borrower need to put down?
20%.
See, it's just that the question didn't specifically word it. See, this question is specifically worded, you need to put down 20%. They worded it in a way here that you need to understand what an LTV is, right? But it's saying the same thing, but it's just checking your comprehension to see if you remember these terms and what they mean. Because if you don't know what an LTV is, you're going to be messing around with that number 80% and playing with all these other numbers, trying to see if you could figure something out that matches one of the multiple choice answer options. You know, people do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, those were those three. Okay, that's a little bit out of order. Let me move that one. That slide goes right after the interest. There we go. So we should have this one, and then this one. All right. Sorry about that. There we go. You guys still see this?
Yeah.
So we have this one for calculating the interests, or the interest. Then here's the mortgage factor, or the amortization chart, first 3 months, last 3 months. Here's how to do that math problem, calculating a point. And here's that same problem written a different way. Chart in here twice. Hold on, let me take a look really quick. Just did twice. Yes, it is. Okay. I thought it was misplaced. Okay. So, visually depicting how the monthly payments get applied towards the interest versus the principal amount borrowed over a 30-year term. All right. So, your mortgage options. Okay. We're going to do a math problem that's coming up soon. I'm going to show you how to use this mortgage factor chart. Hold on. I got to exit out of here and reload it because it's I reordered the slides. I'm sorry. Let me just pull that up again. And here we go. Full screen. There we go. So the mortgage, they call it risk-based lending for a reason. You know, the best interest rates that they advertise on TV, you're probably not going to get, because the only people that get those interest rates are the ones who have perfect credit scores. They advertise the best interest rate you could get with the best credit score, the lowest debt to income ratios. There's a lot of factors that play into what interest rate you get charged by the lenders. It's based on the risk of loaning the money to the borrower. So they'll lend you the money, but how much they're going to charge you in interest or upfront points. That's upfront interest, right? Or in loan costs. They'll get their money back out of you somehow. It's based on the risk. They'll lend you the money, but if the riskier the loan, the higher the interest rate they're going to charge you. The more money they're going to try to get out of you up front too, because it's riskier lending. There's a bigger chance of them losing their money, right? Would you loan me $100 if I told you I got an 840 credit score?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, why?
Yeah.
Why is that? Because I got a good history of repaying my debts, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
What if I told you I got a 520 credit score?
We go somewhere else.
It's only $100 though.
I would, well, it depends.
That's how they look at it. Like
It
that's
depends,
520.
you know.
I'm not really trying to.
It depends. Are you family? Do I really like you? Right? Are we dating? You know, maybe then, but otherwise probably not, right?
Right.
Because that person's probably not going to pay you back your money. They got a poor history of paying back their loans. If you got a 5-something credit score, that ain't good, right? So, especially in the low fives like that. So lenders look at it the same way. They're no different, you know. It's a lot more risk. You'd be like, well, wait a minute. If I'm going to lend you this money, you know, I need a little more detail. Now you're going to be a little more demanding. If I lend it to you, when are you going to start paying it back? How much are you going to pay me back? What am I getting out of lending it to you? I mean, it's kind of risky. Are you going to give me something that's going to be worth it for me to take that risk to lend it to you? Right?
Yeah.
Right? Well, lenders look at it the same way. So the factors include the down payment amount, your FICO score, your debt to income ratio, the value and condition of the property that they're lending you the money to buy, as well as the local market change in values, change in market conditions and demand of real estate in the market. Because look, can that play a role in the risk? If the local real estate market, there's less and less demand for homes in the area. Is that going to be risky to the lender? You want to buy a house in an area that's not in demand?
Yeah.
Well, look, what are they loaning you the money to buy? A house. And if you don't pay back the loan, how are they going to get that money back? They're going to foreclose on you to get the house so that they could sell it.
Yeah.
But if the demand isn't in that area to sell it, is there a likelihood that they're going to lose money?
Yeah.
So they got to factor that into their risk. Right. So that's why they call it risk-based lending. It's all based on the risk to the lender. And remember, the lender's usually not lending their own money anyway. They're borrowing someone else's money. Check this out. When you go to a bank to get a loan to buy a house, let's say you're going to a bank, the local bank, to get a loan to buy a house. Whose money are they lending you?
Somebody else's.
People's money.
What
The people's money.
What people's?
The people that put the accounts in the bank.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so the people who are depositing money in your bank,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
they're loaning out that money?
But they're making money off of that too. You know, they're making money off of that money.
Okay, so then that means that they also have to pay you some of that money, right?
Yeah, but
that's how you earn interest in a bank account. When you go and you deposit money in a bank, you do it because not for it to be safe. I got a dog and a gun for that, right? I could keep it at home and be safe. You know, why do I deposit money in a bank? I deposit it there so that I could get some kind of return on my money.
Right. And it's insured.
Well, where does the bank doesn't just make money out of thin air.
Right.
Where do they get the interest to pay you? Well, because they're loaning out your money. They're charging someone else a fee that they're going to make money off of your money. And then they pay you based off of that. That's how you earn the interest. Even though they're not giving you much for it.
Especially now. Oh,
right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is in a nutshell how lending works. I want you guys to just have a basic understanding of how borrowing and lending works. There's also a great video you guys can watch. I'm not gonna put it in here. Maybe I'll try to download it and put it on our Facebook page or something, or our or YouTube page. You guys can search for it online too. It's called Money as Debt, Promises Unleashed. And yes, it is a cartoon that's narrated. It's got a voiceover narration on it, but it is a cartoon by this guy, Paul Minion. He's a economist, a world economist, and he does a great job making a simple, stupid explanation for the rest of us so that we can understand how lending works, how money gets its value. He does an awesome job, but you're going to be looking at Money as Debt, Promises Unleashed 2. Okay. The first series that he came out with, there was some other economists and they were nitpicking about his explanation on something that he oversimplified it. So he corrected it. So they can't argue it anymore. But either way, it does a great job explaining how money gets its value, how we went from the gold standard, how we left the gold standard, and the president's regret after he took us off the gold standard, because now banks and politicians can just play with interest rates and print money as they wish, which makes it a lot riskier. Okay, you got to have a lot more, you got to be a lot more careful, a lot more responsible. If I give you a piece of paper and say that it's worth this amount of money, it should be backed by something, right? Gold, right? So I got to have enough gold here to pay you if you want to get it, right? But now we don't have to do that. If you ever look at a dollar bill, what does it say on it? Legal tender for all debts, public and private. It no longer says, there used to be the little green leaf in the center, the circle. It was either blue in color, which means it's redeemable for its face value in silver, or it would be red for redeemable in its face value for gold. Okay. Now it's just green and it says this is legal tender. It doesn't say redeemable for gold or silver certificate. It just says legal tender. Tender, that's wood, that's kindling, that's paper that you could burn. A dollar is only worth a dollar as long as you have trust and belief in that it's worth that dollar, the money, that it's worth the paper that it's printed on. So it's an interesting concept. It's a 46-minute video, but it is an entertaining video. It will get you captivated, I promise. All right. I think they should show it to teenagers once they get to high school. Give them a little understanding of the value of money. All right, buy down. What's a buy down? Buy down is lenders don't ever do it. It's never worth it. Don't ever tell your clients to do it. A buy down is a lender, when they give you, when they quote you an interest rate to borrow money from them, and you ask them, well, can I get it at a lower interest rate? Well, based on your debt to income ratio, your risk to us, your credit scores, all those things. No, this is the best rate we could do. Oh, come on. You can try to negotiate with them or beg and plead with them to get a lower interest rate. The lender will say, you know what? We could give you a lower interest rate. You could buy one. Buy one. Yes. You could pay interest up front on the loan, and in its return, we'll give you a lower interest rate. Never makes sense to do this. I'm not the big mathematician, but I tell you what, the economist will tell you, your money's worth more in your pocket today than it is, down the road. So do not ever purchase a lower interest rate. First of all, you're probably not going to be in that house long enough for you to realize the benefit of purchasing the lower interest rate. It'll take a long time before it even pays back. And it's not a one-to-one ratio. For example, if they'll charge you 1% of the loan amount to get 0.1% discount on the interest rate. Don't add up, right? That's just an example. All right, so pity. Okay, well, let's do some highlights, get caught up here. I want you guys at the bottom of page 341, we're going to skip that chart for a second, but we're going to come back to it because we're going to do some math. I want you guys at the bottom, it says points, right? I want you to highlight points, the word points in bold. And on that same line, each point is 1% of the new loan, and underline the word loan. Everybody get that?
Yeah.
So what's a point? It's 1% of the loan amount. It's prepaid interest. Actually, above where you wrote each point is 1% of the new loan. Also highlight prepaid interest, because that's what it is, right? It's prepaid interest. Turn the page. We'll be coming back to that page though. We got some math to do. I'm going to show you how to read that chart. You'll need to know it for state exam. On page 242, on the second line, you're going to highlight buyer's points are interest payments, income tax deductible in the year they're paid. And right above that, deductible by the borrower. Remember that slide I had for that?
Yeah.
Each point is deductible by the borrower in the year that it's paid. All right. And then where it says rate lock, we're going to highlight rate lock, which we already went over. And we're going to highlight at the end of the first line, the opportunity to lock in a quoted rate. The lender agrees to hold the quoted rate for a certain period of time. Geez, all these junk calls coming in. That is a rate lock. You could write there somewhere above it or below it. For an additional fee, the rate lock can be extended. For an additional fee, the rate lock can be extended. Okay. Now we're caught up to this slide here. Under taxes, insurance, and reserves, the end of the first paragraph, you're going to highlight principal, interest, taxes, and insurance reserves, pity. The last line in the first paragraph under taxes and insurance reserves. You need to know what pity means. Pity is an abbreviation. It stands for principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Those are your full monthly expenses for housing, right? Principal and interest is the loan, property taxes, and homeowners insurance, right? Those are your total monthly expenses for housing itself. Sure, not counting in your heat and electric and all that other stuff, but the house itself. For owning the house, your total monthly expenses for owning the house, if it's not a condo, by the way. If it's a condo, you'd also have to factor in the monthly HOA fee. But that set aside, pity, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance reserves, okay? The lender builds up this money that goes towards the next year's important payments of the property taxes and insurance. So every monthly payment that you're making, the payment for the mortgage, the principal and interest, they're also collecting a little bit of money towards next year's property taxes and homeowners insurance bill. So you can include them in your mortgage payment. They don't have to be. You could pay them separately on your own. Your property taxes and your homeowner's insurance does not, I repeat, does not have to be included in your monthly mortgage payment. But if you do, you could better budget your expenses because the lender is going to be paying them. So you're just going to get the one mortgage bill that includes those bills built into them. When they include the principal, interest, property taxes, and insurance payments into the one loan, it's referred to as a budget loan. So a pity loan is also known as a budget loan. Let's highlight that on the next paragraph, the next to last line. A pity loan, sometimes referred to as a budget loan. But I just explained to you what it is. What is a budget loan? It's a loan when you include your property taxes and insurance payments in the loan payment, which you don't have to do. Lenders will usually try to bribe you, entice you into including those important payments into the loan amount. Why? They want to make sure those very important payments are being made. Because let me ask you a question. If you're not paying your property taxes, what could happen?
You can lose the house.
You could have a tax lien sale, right?
Yes.
And when it comes to foreclosure, who gets paid back the money first?
Mortgage.
Taxes.
Well, they get paid back according to their priority,
Yeah.
which is established by the date of recording of the lien in the public record, with the exception of property taxes, which could jump to the head of the line even before a first mortgage loan, right?
Mhm.
And we learned that if the foreclosure is due to non-payment of taxes, it wipes out all other liens, including a first mortgage loan.
Mortgage, yeah. Mhm.
So this is why a lender wants you to include the property taxes and insurance in there so they could ensure that those important payments are being paid so that they don't get wiped out. Because if you're not including the taxes in the monthly mortgage payment, the lender is not going to know if they're even being paid. All right. RESPA, that's the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act. RESPA law limits the amount of reserves that a lender can charge for the coming year's bills for the property taxes and insurance. They require that that lender audit the amount that they're charging you in advance for those coming year's payments, and any overages that they have in excess in their account, that escrow account of more than $50, they have to refund to you every year. So this is why sometimes throughout the year when you're getting, you make your mortgage payment, the lender may send you a check. Oh, you had an excess amount in your escrow account. That'll be someplace else in the book where we'll highlight that though. All right, so where we're at right now, we pretty much stop here and we could go back and do the math problem on it now. All right. Now we have this mortgage factor chart, which is back on page 241, right?
Yeah.
So 241. How do we read this chart? Well, first of all, everybody go to this chart, and I want you to write at the top of the chart, right here, right above the chart itself. I want you to write the words mortgage factor chart, like the title of this slide, mortgage factor chart. Write that up right here, right above the chart. And there's a guide above this chart at the top of the page. It says how to use this chart. You see that?
Yeah.
Put a highlighted box around that or highlight the title there, so that you could see that. I'm going to show you how to use it now. I got directions on how to use it here, but just in case you forget and you need it again and you're not looking at the slides, you have it here in the book at least, okay? Now, I'm going to show you how to read this chart. So let's look at the slide. It says, locate your interest rate in the left rate column. See here, the column right here, that's the rate. Then run your finger across to the term column. All right. You see how many years, how many years in the terms of the loan. So if you have a loan at a 4% interest rate for 30 years, what is the factor? Well, run your index finger down the chart till you get to 4% under the rate, and then run all the way across to the 30-year column. And what's the factor?
4.7.
4.78.
4.78. Did everybody get that?
Yes.
Wasn't that easy to use? It's easy to read. Now you guys know how to read a mortgage factor chart. Wasn't that easy?
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's the factor on a 5% loan for 20 years?
5.85.
5% for 20 years.
260. That was
6.60.
yeah. Mhm.
So let's see, we run it down, 5%. Here's the 20-year column, 6.60.
Right.
Okay. For 30 years, it would be 5.37. Okay, so what are these numbers? What is that 5.37? What does that mean? It means for every $1,000 borrowed, including the principal and interests, that's how much your monthly mortgage payment is going to be. So if you only borrow $1,000 from the bank, your monthly mortgage payment, including to pay back the principal and the interest, the rent, is $5.37 for every $1,000 borrowed. So let me ask you a question. If you have a $300,000 loan, what is going to be the monthly payment? If you have a $300,000 loan at a 5% interest rate for 30-year loan, well, if you got a factor of 5.37
times 3.
Let's take a look. Let's do this. Let me pull this up, the mortgage payments. Mortgage needed to purchase. Oh, there we go. Calculating pity math. PMI. All right, so let's just do a little example with this amount. So what did I say? If you have a $300,000 loan, right? That's the loan amount. At a 5% interest rate at 30 years, what's the factor?
It's 530 times 3 though.
Yeah, how much is it? 5.37?
5.37.
5.37.
Okay, so what's your monthly mortgage payment? How many thousands in 300,000? If we have 300,000, well, let's just cross out the thousands. 300
100.
times $5.37.
1,611.
That's $1,611, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And what is that? That's the principal and interest on the loan. So that's the loan payment. Your monthly mortgage payment. Wow, I can afford a $300,000 house pretty easy, huh? Well, the thing is, we didn't factor in that we live in New Jersey. We didn't calculate the taxes and insurance. Look, let's just estimate that the property taxes are
8,000.
well, let's see. The average taxes in New Jersey are now $9,000 a year throughout the state. And let's just say the homeowner's insurance is, well,
800.
okay, we'll put
Okay.
800. So that's a total, if we just add those two together, that's $9,800 a year, right?
Yes.
And this is your annual TI, taxes and insurance. So divide that by 12 to get the monthly. So if we got $9,800 divided by 12, that's an additional $816.66 of our mortgage payment towards taxes and insurance. So if we put that up here, it would be additional $816.66. This is the TI. So if we add the PI to the TI, we get the PITI, the pity. So that would be 1611 plus the 816.66. Our mortgage payment just shot up to $2,427.66. That just became a whole lot more expensive. Welcome to New Jersey. Now go home. That's our state motto. As reflected by our property taxes, some of the highest in the country.
Mm-hmm.
We're up there with California and New York and Hawaii. Yikes.
That's crazy.
Pity. A pity the fool that gotta pay it. Right? Wow. Not as affordable as I originally thought, huh?
Because you make it, yeah, right?
And that's for a $300,000 loan amount.
Wow.
Here, let me give you one that you could do on your own. That wasn't too hard, was it?
No.
All right, let's see. When we give you your own. So I'm going to make up one that you guys could do on your own, okay? If we have a, check this one out. I'm going to make this one a little bit harder for you.
Victor, we have to memorize these chart, all these numbers.
No, they're going to give you the chart. They're going to give you the chart. You need to know how to read the chart.
Right. Okay, that's it. Okay.
I just taught you how to read this chart, right? You just take your finger, you run it down, and you go across to how many years, and boom, that's the number, right? They'll give you that on exam. You just need to know how to use it.
Okay.
Okay? That's really easy, right?
Yeah.
That's the easy part. So here's a math problem I'm going to give you. If you have a $450,000 purchase price with a 90% LTV, a 5% interest rate at 30 years, taxes are $10,500 a year, and the insurance is, let's say, $900 a year. I want you guys to figure out a couple things. I want you to tell me what the monthly, how much of the monthly mortgage payment goes towards the principal, how much goes towards the principal and interest. Well, that's the first one you should figure out, principal and interest. How much of that monthly payment goes towards the principal, and what the pity is. Let's see how much of this you guys can figure out. Now, I don't know because I just made this up. I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to try to figure it out while I go down and get my cell phone and heat up my coffee. I'll give you guys an opportunity. You have to use the mortgage factor chart. And in order to calculate how much goes towards the principal, you're gonna need this chart. Remember, you're gonna need
That one.
this chart. Remember this one on page
Yeah.
240? So you need this and this to figure out this math problem.
Go back to the first one for a second.
Well, that's on page 240.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the chart on 240 to calculate how much of your monthly payment goes towards paying down the principal. We'll show you how to figure out this. And you need the mortgage factor chart to figure out the PI. And then we figure, and the PI, to figure out the pity, you just add the PI to the TI to get the PI-TI. You got to shake it all about, right?
Okay.
I'll give you guys a couple minutes, all right?
All right.
Go.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Oh,
all right, so, okay, so I just started up the recording again. Sorry about that. We already figured out this math problem. So in order to figure it out, what did we do? Once again, we're gonna have all this stuff broken down on the slides. It's the formulas that are important.
Mm-hmm.
You take the, not the purchase price, but the loan amounts times the factor will give you the principal and interest. That's the monthly mortgage payment. So is principal and interest. The principal is the amount you borrowed, and the interest is the rent that you're paying on that money. So your monthly, it's built into that factor. So that's why we take the 405, not 405,000, because it's per $1,000 borrowed, not just the loan amount. It's the loan amount per 1,000 borrowed times 5.37. That's $5.37. That's not an interest rate. That's $5.37 would give you your monthly principal and interest mortgage payment. And then we figured out what the taxes and insurance are by just adding your annual expenses of the taxes and insurance. That gives you the annual tax and insurance payment combined, divided by 12, $950. So we just add that $950 of taxes and insurance monthly payment to the monthly principal and interest, gave us $3124.85. That's your PITI, or budget loan monthly payment. Now, so that was the answer for the PITI. The PI we already got up here, right? And then calculating how much of that monthly payment went towards the principal, paying down the loan that you borrowed, because that's what principal is. It's the amount you borrowed. We just take we already have that PI here. So we just moved it over here, the PI amount. We need to figure out how much of that is interest. You subtract the interest from the principal and interest, and you're left with the principal. So how do we calculate interest? On an annual basis? You take not the purchase price, but the loan amount. And that loan amount was $405,000, right? Because if you have an LTV of 90%, you take $450,000 purchase price times 90, that gives you the loan amount of $405,000. So we put that right here, 405,000 times the interest rate of 5%, which is given to us in the math problem itself. That gives us the annual interest rate of $20,250. Divide that by the number of payments, so 12 payments in a year, and that gives us the monthly interest payment of $1,687.50. We put that up here. We subtract that the interest from the principal and interest, and we're left with the principal. So $487.35 of that $2174.85 went to actually paying down your loan, the amount you borrowed. Had to do that recap because I didn't record it there. So now if you go back in, you could see that whole thing. It's important to understand, though, we could use the calculators on these exams. The important is just remembering these formulas right here on how to calculate it. Okay, so how do you figure out PITI? Well, you calculate the PI and the TI, you add them together, shake it all about, and you get your PI-TI. The PI plus the TI equals the PI-TI, the PITI. In order to figure out the P, if you have the PI, You just got to subtract the I to get the P. But how do we calculate the I? What is the I?
The rate interest,
Interest.
the rate by the loan amount, the percentage.
Interest rate times the loan amount gives you the annual interest rate, because interest is calculated annually.
And then,
You divide it by 12.
by 12, yeah.
There you go. And then in order to figure out the principal and interest, you need the factor chart. It's the loan amount per thousand
Yeah,
times the factor.
times the factor.
That gives you your PI.
A TI.
Right?
PI,
And-
PI.
Yep. And to figure out the TI, you just add up the taxes and insurance amounts that they give you. You don't figure them out. They're given to you. And then you just figure it out by monthly. If they gave you the annually, you got to add them up and then divide it by 12 to get your monthly. Right? Easy deasy, nice and easy. All right, so we will have a slide here. We're going to come out and we're going to be able to calculate how much interest you're going to pay over the life of the loan. And we're going to compare two loans. That's coming up. So you guys see the slideshow again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So here's, even in the slideshow, I broke it down for you. I actually put this a little bit neater. How to calculate the monthly payment. I broke it down. See that? I broke down the steps for you here on the slideshow too. And I give you this problem here. So this was for a $400,000 loan amount, 30 years, 5% interest rate, had that same factor, right?
Mhm.
And then we just worked it out over here on the side, but I give you the steps here, okay?
Can we get all questions like this on the school exam, just this type right here?
This one, you're probably not
Yeah.
gonna get on a school exam. I
Oh,
don't have any of these in the school exam yet.
okay.
Someday in the future, I'm gonna add more and more, because I got a database of questions like the state that I keep putting in there. Right now, I just use the ones that the book manufacturer created, but I've got more questions that I'm creating, and then I got to double and triple check them to make sure that they're right before I add them to the exam, the school.
Right.
Okay. So it's taken me longer to add them to our database. So right now, the math problems you get on school exam, you get 4 math problems, and they're easy.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Good.
So the math pity. Okay. Here's the ones that shows you the breakdown. Take your PI plus the TI, and it gets you the PITI, the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. So how to compare two mortgage loans. I told you it was coming up. So for this problem, you must use the mortgage factor chart in chapter 14. What page number is that on again? The 241. Here, let me add that to that on page 241 or slide 20. Page 241 and on slide number 20 in this presentation. Okay. Now this chart, this factor chart they're going to give to you, if you go to the exam center, it's either going to be pinned to the wall in the cubicle that you're taking the exam at, or they're going to tape it under the keyboard on the desk. So you got to lift the keyboard up and look on the desk. I'm telling you this because they don't tell you that. And so you're going to be scratching your head, and you're going to want to slam the mouse throw the mouse at the screen, because you're going to get so damn frustrated. At least I did. I almost, you know, I was like, where's the freaking, I'm like trying to find and click on everything on the screen. I'm like, there's no chart. There's no chart. It's not on the wall. It's not under here. And I went like that, and I pushed the keyboard, and I was like, oh, there it is under the keyboard. Nobody told me. Okay. Take a breath. So, you know, it is stressful when you're taking these exams. So I remember when I was taking my exam way back then, I'm like, where's the freaking chart? So it's not going to be on the computer screen. unless you take it at home now, because I asked them, because you could take these exams at home. I'm like, well, where are they giving you the chart? I asked PSI when we were doing our instructor seminar, and they said, well, it'll be a pop-up that you could click on that the factor chart will come up. I'm like, okay, I'm just making sure, because, you know, it's stupid to ask this question, have a math problem and not give the chart, you know? So let's see, the formula can be found on the inside or the front cover of the book on how to compare two mortgages. If you go to the inside of the front, just mark this page with one hand and go to the inside front cover of the book. And you guys will see on the right side of the cover, at the beginning of the book, the cover,
Yeah.
on the right side, about a little bit past halfway down, it says to calculate total interest paid over the life of the loan. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Highlight that. And like the next 4 lines beneath it that end with original principal. So basically here, let me turn this and see if I get it on screen here for you. You guys see that? On the inside cover of the book. Let me show you where it is. You got this area, you got this there formula, and then it's like the third formula up from the bottom.
The second. It says to calculate total interest paid over the life of the loan, right?
Yep. You see this? Look, see the inside cover I got here? On the right side of the page, on the inside of the cover, you got one formula at the bottom, another formula. It's the third formula from the bottom. 1, 2, 3 formulas up. And then it's about 4 lines here. This tells you the formula basically. But I've got it written out a little bit easier than that. Okay, I've got it on the Math How To Study Guide. See on screen right now? This is the Math How To Study Guide comparing 2 mortgage loans. I've got 2 side-by-side problems here, and you see I break down how you come up to these numbers. Well, I also have it on the slideshow. I took that screen print of that, and I actually built it into the slideshow too. So coming up on the next slideshow, on the next slide, you're going to see that. But let's finish reading this slide. It says the formula can be found on the inside cover of the book. And okay, and then let's see. Here's the question that they're going to give you on state exam. How much, did you hear what I just said?
This is the question we're going to give on state exam. How much?
How much?
State exam. How much would you save on the interest over the life of a loan on a 25-year mortgage versus a 30-year? If the loan amount is $300,000 and the interest rate is 5%. What would your first step be? We're going to figure out all the numbers for each loan side by side. And then we're going to compare the numbers that we come out on the both loans. So this is the strategy that we're going to take before I show it to you. We're going to figure out how much the monthly mortgage payment is. Well, what is the factor on a 5% interest rate 25-year loan? You got to use that mortgage factor chart, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait.
5% interest, 20-year loan, 25-year loan. What's the factor?
6.6.
5.85.
5.85. And what is it on a 30-year loan?
537.
5.37. Okay. So you would use that number to figure out what the monthly mortgage payment is, right?
Yes.
And after you figure out what the monthly mortgage payment is, you know how to figure out how much you would pay over the life of the loan? How many months are there in a 30-year loan?
360.
360. How do we know that? We take 30 years times 12 months, because there's 12 months in a year. That gives us 360. So how many months are there in a 25-year loan? Well, 25 times 12 gives us 300. There's 300 months over 25. So figure out what the monthly mortgage payment is, principal and interest, times it by 360. That'll show you how much you paid over the life of the loan. Here, now I'm going to show it to you because it's already worked out. Okay. But I just wanted to talk to you so that we could figure it out without even looking at the math problem. I want you guys to try to, what's the approach that we're going to take? So we're going to take them side by side. Okay. So watch the next slide right here. See this? Here's how you do, how you compare two loans. Okay. We figured out the factor for both of them. We figured out how many months. 25 years times 12 months is 300 months. 30-year loan times 12 months is 360 months. Now we take the loan amount per thousand, 300, times the factor. The monthly mortgage payment is $1,755 on the 25-year loan and $1,611 on the 30-year loan. Now you times that by the number of months in a 25-year loan, and over the life of the loan, you would have paid $526,500 in principal and interest payments on 25-year loan. And on a 30-year loan, you take that monthly payment times 360 months. Okay, 360 months. And that you would have paid $579,960 in principal and interest payments. So how much did you pay in interest on each loan? Well, if your principal and interest is 526, just subtract the P to get the I. This is a little bit reverse of what we did before, but it's easier because you just subtract. You don't have to calculate interest. You just take the loan amount, subtract the loan amount from the PI, gives you the I. So on a 25-year loan, if you kept that loan for the full 25 years, you would have paid $226,500 in interest on a $300,000 loan. Or on a 30-year loan, you would have paid $279,960 in interest. You're almost paying the same amount that you borrowed in interest. So, but the question was, how much do you save?
Like $50,000?
Well, just subtract the total interest paid on one from the total interest paid on another, and their total saving is $53,460 by paying it off 5 years sooner.
5 years
Well,
less.
hold on a second. This isn't just paying off 5 years sooner. This is paying off, this is comparing two loans because the numbers are different on them. The monthly payments are different on them, right? This is just comparing two loan types. This is, if I were to ask you if you have a 30-year loan and you paid it off 5 years sooner, well, you'd have to do more math in order to figure out what that number would be. That's a little more complicated.
Oh,
I'm asking you how to calculate, but you would have saved even more. You would have saved even more.
If you go based on years.
Yeah. So on this one, we're just comparing two loans, which the payments and all that stuff is different on them altogether.
what are the types?
What's that?
You said two loan types?
Yeah. We have a 25-year loan and a 30-year loan.
Oh, well, the years. I thought you meant types, though.
Well, they are different because look, the monthly mortgage payment's different on them. All right.
But the mortgage loan factor.
It's
that's
different,
what it is.
They're the same type, but the terms are different. Years.
Yes, but it works out to a different figure. If I told you you have a 30-year loan and you paid off that 30-year loan 5 years sooner, how much would you save? That number would be different. That would not be 53, not 460. That number would be different.
I see that. I see that. It's just
you would have actually saved more, even more.
Yeah, it's just different in the time length.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say it's different in the agreement, because if you agreed to pay in 30 years and then you decided to pay in 5 years late, before, and then that's when you're going to save more money. I mean, it's not based on these numbers.
Correct.
And if you look at it, even the monthly here and the monthly PI, that's only what, $100 difference, maybe less.
Well, $100 times 12 is now $1,200. Now we're talking real money.
Yeah. Right.
Or 1,000 times 12. Sorry.
Yeah. That's the 25. You save a lot of money.
No, 100 times 12, 1,200. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you add this up over 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Way
So much
better.
easier when you get like a personal loan and it's like 20,000 and the numbers are really, really, this is like, it's a little, I mean, it's not confusing. It's very clear, but
It's numbers. If you're
it's
good at
numbers.
math, you
Yes.
could figure out ways to save a lot more money on the mortgage too.
Yes.
I mean, there's a way, like if you look online, there's ways that you could figure out to save even more money by paying this loan off quicker, by getting a home equity line of credit, or yeah, by getting a personal loan.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because the credits are the interest is calculated differently. You know, on these, it's calculated annually. You know, on if you get personal loans, those get calculated differently altogether. So because they calculate the interest in a different way, you could actually save money. But the thing is, if you miss a payment, it could be a lot more costly to you.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to take with a grain of salt. Sometimes you see these videos online on YouTube, you know, that show you how you could save and you could pay off your mortgage years quicker
Mm-hmm.
if you pay all of your monthly expenses by a credit card.
Oh, wow.
You charge them monthly. So you're going to pay your monthly mortgage payment anyway, right?
Yeah.
Pay it with your credit card or a home, not your credit card. You get a line of credit.
Line of credit.
Not a credit card, but a line of credit.
Mm-hmm.
And because those types of credit are calculated differently. Take a line of credit, and you're also building your credit score by doing that too. You take your line of credit to pay your mortgage payment and your food shopping, your car insurance, everything, but make sure you pay it in full at the end of every month.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because you're going to be doing that anyway.
Right.
Right.
But the thing is, if you're putting it on these lines of credit and you don't pay it, the
Right.
penalties and stuff will really screw you up. They end up costing you a lot of money. But if you do this, you could actually pay off your mortgage a lot quicker.
Wow.
You can watch videos on YouTube to see how it's done, but don't go doing it yet, because I'm telling you, if you miss payments though, it could really screw you up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But either way, if you do make those payments and you're not worried about losing job or anything where it's going to screw up your thing, then you know you could actually pay it off a lot quicker. You could they show you ways where you could pay off like a 30-year mortgage in like 10 years. You know.
What?
All right. So this is the type of question that you get on state exam. It's not hard to figure out if you break it down. When I just asked you the question as a whole, it's like, where do I even start?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's figure out each loan on its own. 25-year loan, 5% interest rate. Let's look at the factor chart, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's break it down, the payments for each one. And then we'll do it for the other loan. And then we compare the two loans. Not so hard after all.
Right.
But here's the key part that you wouldn't be able to figure out on your own necessarily, is you got to figure out how many months in 30 years and how many months in 25 years. That's the new thing that we didn't learn in the previous math problems, because we're figuring out the life of the loan. That's the key, figuring out how many months. Okay, which that's not hard to do.
Right.
But if nobody tells you to do that step, you're scratching your head at how the hell you figure this out.
Right.
You know, it's really easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's easy if you know. But see, I suck at math, which is great. This is why I like teaching this stuff like this. I like showing you the formula, because I know I suck at it. And I know a lot of you may be sucking at math too, and it makes you sweat and it makes you nervous. You know, I mean, I'm telling you outright, I don't try to do simple math problems in my head because I suck at it. I need a calculator for like your basic times tables, you know. I never studied them. I was an awful student when it came to math. But you know, you teach me the formula. Hey, you plug it in. I'll come out with that. I'll come up with the answers. You know, it's a matter of knowing the formula. Who these days is doing math in their head anyway? You know. All right. So here's a couple of math problems I have in this chapter too. Just figuring out the stuff that we already learned. All right. Now let's go on to the Your Home Loan Toolkit on page 242 at the bottom of the page. Okay. step-by-step guide explaining how to shop for a loan. You guys should go over this with your clients, especially being new yourselves. You may not know how. So going over these, your home loan toolkit can help you learn. See, I learned how to do this on my own. So then every time I consulted with clients, I taught them through the experience that I had, you know. But these guides can help you guys being brand new. You can read over them yourselves and you can help people shop for loans. Now, a lot of lenders I learned over the past, you know, they would tell people after they qualified them for a loan, don't go shopping around for a loan. It could screw up your credit score and you could have trouble getting a loan at a good interest rate.
True that, yeah.
That's not true.
I know now.
Okay, but they tell people that.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, the credit reporting agencies, when they see that your credit's getting hit by several lenders, they know that you're shopping for a loan. It's not going to hurt your credit score. Now, if you go shopping at a lot of different lenders, it may have a little impact. A point or two here or there. Now, if a point or two is going to make or break the fact of whether you're going to get a loan or not, maybe you're not ready to buy a home yet. If 1 or 2 points is going to make the difference of whether you could qualify for a loan and get it at a decent rate or not, maybe you should work on improving your credit.
Right.
You know, work on that a little bit before you go shopping for a home. Okay. So I have told people before, maybe you're not ready to buy a home yet. You know, I don't want to get people in finance, you know, to stretch themselves out beyond their means and then end up getting foreclosed on later. And then I'm going to have to help them work out short sales or, you know, avoid a foreclosure. You know, I want you to be happy in that house. I want you to be able to afford it. How about you get your credit house in order before you're looking to buy a house? You know, so I have given that advice to people before.
I was about to ask you that. Do you, you know, sometimes tell a person, well, you know, yeah.
I'm not looking to jam people up. I'm not a greedy bastard like that I'm putting my own interest above everybody else's. I know we're supposed to help them try to find a home. But you know what? If I could see the writing on the wall that you're going to get foreclosed on down the road, your finances are so thin, so razor sharp. If an emergency came up in your family, the doctor's bills or something came up, you'd be screwed. And if I see that, you know, I'm going to be like, you know what? Not everybody should be a homeowner right now. Maybe you should try to improve your financial house, get your credit built up, get your debts paid down before you make a large purchase like this. Because it can really screw you up even further. You don't want to stretch yourself out so far like that. Okay, because otherwise you're going to end up finding yourself in bankruptcy down the road, and then you're going to be in a worse situation. Then you're going to end up a renter again, and you're never going to own a home. How about we work first on your credit and paying down your debts, or negotiating your debts down, building your credit up, saving up some money for a down payment so you could borrow less. Because we just seen in a couple of math problems how much money the banks earn on you. That ain't no joke, right?
Right. Right.
And look, 5% is not a bad interest rate. I mean, by today, right now, what the interest rates are going for right now, you can get them much cheaper, right?
Yeah.
But for I gotta sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. So what the interest rates are going for right now, they're much cheaper in current markets because it's being artificially held low by the government working with the Fed. They artificially keep rates low down. But when I got started in real estate in 2004, people would have killed for a 6 or 7% interest rate.
Yeah.
6 or 7. They would have sold their child. They would have given away their firstborn for an interest rate like that. You know? I mean, look, when my parents bought a house, let's say they bought the house in the mid to late 70s, they probably paid double-digit interest rates.
Wow.
Can you imagine? People who bought homes in the early 70s, early to mid 70s, 16% was not uncommon. Holy crap. Look,
What?
we just figured out what the payment was on a 5%. Now, of course, the property values were a lot lower.
Yeah.
You know, what were they buying homes for? You know, $20,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I want that.
You ain't getting no $20,000 homes now in New Jersey.
Not even a lot.
You ain't even getting it built for that if you have the lot, right? So, yeah, but still, interest rates, as our economy, if our economy goes to crap and the value of our dollar goes down, as interest rates creep up, our country's going to have problem paying back its debts. It's going to devalue the dollar. It's going to make lending a lot harder to do, borrowing a lot harder. I pray for our country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in a bad state right now.
We got to stop borrowing, and we need to get back to work and make money. We need to get prosperous. We need to
Yes.
stop borrowing and just giving money out, because there's no such thing as free money. You got to come from somewhere. Can't just keep printing it, because the more you print, the more it's going to cost for everything. We'll see the prices of even your groceries going up. Cost of everything is going to go up if we keep printing money. All right, so and a good way to a good indicator of this, look at the price of gold. If the price of gold goes up, you know what that means? The value of the dollar just went down, because the gold values don't go up or down. It's not like there's a shortage of gold. A shortage of gold, it would be what drives up the price. There's no shortage of gold.
Right.
It's that we're printing so much money that it's devaluing the dollar, that it takes more of that same dollar to purchase the same amount of gold.
Yeah, especially those last two stimulus checks that they printed out, all those money that Trump signed is causing
All of them, all the way from Bush to Obama to Trump to now Biden. And Biden's going crazy though, because he's busting out the T word, trillions. Because
the last stimulus bill was $1 trillion.
Look, these stimulus bills, if they were used on a lot of different things. See, the last one we needed though, because we needed for the coming up with solutions for the coronavirus.
Yeah, so we don't need it no more, because Biden.
We don't need it no more. We don't need this no more. You know, but yet what are they doing? They're doing all kinds of special interest programs now, like pet programs of politicians just to pass things, right? This is needless spending. You should not be spending money unless you have a way to pay for it. But they're not figuring out a way to pay for it. They're just like, let's come up with this and throw money at it. Nobody's asking the question, how are you going to pay for it? Where's the money going to come from? And that's reckless. That's just reckless. Stimulus would not be an issue giving you that $1,400 additional check right now if that's all they were doing. That wouldn't break our pocketbooks. What is busting our wallets right now is when they say we're going to give you a stimulus, and then we're also going to add all this additional money for under the guise of COVID, but yet the stuff is going to other pet programs. You know, we just joined the Paris Accord. We killed the pipeline. Pipeline that's going to drive up prices of oil. That's also going to kill over 10,000 union jobs. We have the Paris Accord. You know what that is? It's about making the environment cleaner.
Yeah.
But how does it do it? It puts sanctions on companies that use energy. But the thing is, it doesn't penalize places like China that don't care. As a matter of fact, they're left out of it. China, India, the biggest polluters. Yet we get penalized. So that just says that we can't compete with them. Right. So there's no benefit for us to join that we actually have to pay money to them for the energy that we use, but they don't. You know, it's going to work against our economy. There's so many things going on right now that were just passed on the first day it's going to make it a lot harder for America to compete. All right, your home loan toolkit. This is a step-by-step guide explaining how to shop for a loan. It warns the consumers about the pitfalls and the charges from lenders when shopping around for a loan. And lenders are required to provide to the borrower within who's required to provide it to the borrower?
Lenders.
Lenders, within 3 business days of their completed loan application. Aliens. Aliens is an acronym that describes when a loan application is considered completed. All right, so if, do I have it?
Yeah, it was right there.
Oh, no, here we go. You see this here? Aliens. It stands for the address of the property being purchased, when that's been provided to the lender, when the loan amount requested is provided to the lender, when the income of all the borrowers has been provided, when an estimated value of the property through an appraisal perhaps has been provided to the lender, the names of all the borrowers and their social security numbers. When all this information, you see it spells aliens, when all this information has been provided to the lender, it's considered that the loan application is complete, and now the lender is required to send out mandatory disclosures. We didn't get into the disclosures yet, but it also requires them to give the Your Home Loan Toolkit within 3 business days of that completed loan application. When is a loan application considered complete? When the aliens are present, and when the aliens have landed, right? So now nobody's required to explain it. That boggles my mind. Lenders are required to give out this home loan toolkit that explains how to shop for a loan. And if they don't do it, they get fined heavily. But yet nobody's required to even go over it with them. They suggest that the real estate agents educate them and go over it, okay? I mean, I've always educated my clients anyway, but really, if you're gonna be fining lenders for not providing this, you should at least require that they go over it with them.
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a new, now who oversees this? Who fines the lenders? Who put these requirements in place? It's an agency called the CFPB that President Obama created, called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And while they have done some good stuff on their own, they're trying to justify their existence. And they took over a lot of the duties that were already in place by HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, created a lot of forms and disclosures that need to be given to consumers and the timelines they have to be given. Well, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, to try to justify their existence, they changed the look of these forms. They combined some forms and then they renamed them.
Wow.
And then they issued fines to lenders who don't give them within these timelines. Now, who collects those fines? The CFPB does. They get to keep that money to run their agency. Oh, who creates the fines? The CFPB does. So who creates those laws that need to be followed? You think Congress does?
Mm-hmm.
The
No.
CFPB does.
But
What?
I'll be,
Are you telling me that we just created an agency that can create the rule,
mm-hmm.
create the fine, they get to collect and keep the fine?
What?
That's like a new branch of government that's not answerable to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, that was fought for a long time. When President Trump first got into office, he started arguing this, and it took quite a while, but he eventually got it passed because they were not overseen by Congress or the president. So that's like a new branch of government. That's like a 4th branch of government answerable to nobody that operates independent.
Wow.
So he managed to get this law changed a little bit. He got Congress. He worked with Congress for this too, because they have to change the law. So he managed to get it so the CFPB is answerable to Congress and the president now.
Okay, much better.
Previously, it wasn't.
Previously,
But
how
still-
many years? Like 4?
But still,
Wow.
they create their own rules, they create the fines, and they collect and keep the money. Still right now. It's just though that if there are abuses and they need to be sanctioned, now the president and Congress have power over them though. Previously, they didn't. That was just a stupid the way they passed that.
Wow.
All right. So anyway, I got these 2 booklets here. I have the links here for you, the Your Home Loan Toolkit, and the New Jersey Real Estate Commission also came out with the Your Home, with a type of buyer's guide booklet that I provided for you that I stumbled across. They recently created this. So I've got these 2 booklets available to you guys here right on the slideshow. Here, you know what I'm gonna do? I can't copy it from here. Wait, I'm gonna open them up. Wait. I'm in edit mode here. So let me go to the edit mode rather let me exit from the slideshow, go to edit mode, and I'm going to send you guys in the messenger this stuff too here.
Thank you.
This is the toolkit. So this way you guys don't got to go into the slideshow, but these links are also in the Word documents that we use. Okay. The Word document, the class link document.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here I'm gonna send you guys both of these links in the chat window right now. You see that? There's the how to shop for loans through the toolkit, and then the New Jersey Real Estate Commission came up with something called a home buyer's guide. It tells them all about from start to finish of how to shop for a home. This is good content that you guys could add to your own websites and you could share with buyers. You don't need to create content. You don't need to create the wheel. Take the content that others created and add it to your website.
How do I share this to my, how do I take this out the chat?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that too.
Copy and paste it. Hold on a second. Let me see if you guys could, no, you guys can't see my chat window. But if you copy and paste it, you drag, you click somewhere in here on with your left mouse button, unless you have an Apple, and then you drag it and you highlight everything. Or let me see, click in the mouse in the chat window, not where you type the message, but where you see the message, and hit Control A, and then you hit Control C will copy. But that's also going to get the from me to and the timestamp too.
But you said it's also in our shared drive also, right?
Correct. Or you could just click on the link and then copy the link. You could right click on the link, select all, right click again and copy, and then you could paste it in a Word document or what have you. But it is in that Word document on a shared drive too. Yes, I did put it there. Okay.
What I'm doing is just I go into the I click in the link, and then I print the first page and I put it in the book.
Oh, you're putting it in the book itself.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, guys. We are, I believe, at lunchtime now. We're about lunchtime, and let me go to the next slide because we're done with this slide. But when we go to the next slide, we're going to stop off there. It's slide number 28, and we're going to break for lunch. Let me put out the morning poll. Let me pause the recording. So,
how's the traffic over there by where you at?
So, all right. So the Your Home Loan Toolkit, it discusses a lot of things. How to determine loan affordability, how credit scores affect your ability to borrow and availability of money, right? The higher the interest rate that they charge you, the less you could actually afford to borrow, because that means your monthly mortgage payment will be higher, right? So the interest rate, your credit, this all factors into how much you could borrow. So how to choose the best mortgage and down payment, understanding the trade-off between points and interest rates. You know, I told you it never makes sense to buy down points. If you got that extra money, you're better off making a larger down payment so that you got to borrow less. Right? So if you have the extra money, don't buy a lower interest rate. Put it down so that you could borrow less money that they could charge you interest on in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Your Home Loan Toolkit discusses the value of shopping several lenders, how to avoid the pitfalls and problems. They go over, they have a sample loan estimate, the LE, and the closing disclosure, the CD, which we're going to be learning about now. So the LE is the loan estimate. It replaces a document that used to be called the GFE, the good faith estimate. And this has to be given to the borrower within 3 days of their completed loan application. It's an estimate of what the closing costs are going to be, but at the beginning of the transaction, when they're just applying for the loan. Now, the CD, the closing disclosure, that replaces the HUD-1 settlement statement, which gives all the actual dollar figures at the closing. So the LE is just the anticipated closing cost. This is the actual closing costs are on the closing disclosure, okay? And so the borrower should always compare these two documents, the LE and the CD at the closing, to make sure they're not off greatly in their numbers. Because if the lender is off by a lot, there's certain tolerances that they have to stay within, then the lender has to eat the costs. Okay, so the LE, here's all the pages in the book where it's going to be listed, page 267 to 253 and 353 and 354. CDs on 267, 353 to 354 in that range as well. So we're going to actually go to these pages soon, and we're going to go highlight the things and all those other things, and then come back so that you don't have to discuss them anymore. We'll discuss them once and be done with them, okay?
Okay.
Because you need to know for exams what these documents are, what the documents are that they replaced, and what the timelines are for giving them. So the CD is the closing disclosure. That has to be given at least 3 days before closing. So all those final numbers have to be provided to the borrower and the seller within 3 days of closing, at least 3 days before closing. The loan estimate has to be given within 3 days of the completed loan application. And when is a loan application considered complete? When aliens are present,
landed.
right? When the aliens have landed, when they provided all that information that was in aliens, right? So, now, the loan estimate has to be given within 3 days of the completed loan application is submitted. But under certain circumstances, a new loan estimate has to be reissued if there's certain changes that are made to the loan, or if there's changes in the buyer's financial situation or job, or the type of loan that they're using, or they're changing the amount of down payment, or, you know, if certain kinds of changes are made to the loan, a new loan estimate has to be reissued, and it also triggers an additional 3-day waiting period. Okay, so these are things that could make it a little bit longer to close. So the advice to buyers that we should give, I actually wrote this into a slide because this is good advice. I usually mention it to people. Sometimes I forgot, so I wrote it into a slide so that we always cover it. You as real estate agents should always coach buyers before you ever go out and shopping for a home. Don't change your job, especially to a different career, if at all possible, until you close. Don't make any large purchases. Don't go leasing or buying any new cars or furniture or charging any large purchases on your credit card. It's going to throw off your debt to income ratio, and you may no longer qualify to purchase a property. Look, even if a lender pre-approves you for a mortgage, even if they give you the mortgage commitment, often the moment of closing, before they allow the release, the final release of the funds at closing, they run your credit again to see if there's any large purchases or leases or anything that you did that may change your financial situation. And they could say, stop, do not release the funds to this person, and you can't close. And I've had it happen before.
Okay, that's crazy.
So all that work you did, and there goes the transaction. They can't buy the house. Not unless they can come up, unless they have the money laying around to pay off that additional debt. Now you may be thinking, well, they could maybe borrow it from relatives, right? No. Because if you borrow it, you still need to pay it back. So it still factors into your debt to income ratio, right? Now, if a relative were to give it to you, now you could say, well, I'll just borrow it from a relative and have them say that they'll give it to me. Okay, the lender will allow that, but they'll have to certify it in writing. They're gonna, your relatives are gonna have to put in words, this money is a gift and not a loan and does not have to be repaid. How many relatives you know are gonna lend you a large amount of cash and then sign a document like that, even though it's really a loan. They're going to sign a document saying it's not.
Nope.
So that probably put the nail in the coffin of your transaction, right? And try not to change your credit availability. You know, don't go applying for new credit cards or charging them up or canceling cards. Don't make any major changes in your credit. You know, your lines of credit that are available to you, anything like that. Okay, so let's go over these documents and the timelines that they need to be given. I just went over them pretty much with you, but here they are now. The loan estimate replaces the GFE, that's the good faith estimate. It discusses the loan costs, which have to be given to the consumer within 3 days of their completed loan application, aliens, at the beginning of the transaction. So there must be at least 7 days between the closing and the time that the LE is issued. A new LE must be issued if certain changes are made in the transaction. Well, what kind of changes? Well, see page 354. Let's go to page 354 and see what kind of changes would trigger the requiring to issue a new LE. So on page 354, let me see if I have it on the next slide at all. Yeah, there we go. 2 slides ago. Here, so I put it up on a slide here. So situations that would trigger an additional 3-day waiting period and the reissuance of a new loan estimate, the LE. If the consumer requests a change in the loan program, if the appraisal came in higher or lower than expected, no, that never happens. The changes in the borrower's credit score or their debts. And here's that tip. Can I make it any bigger? Buyer's agent should inform their clients not to make any large purchases, charges, layaways, or car leases until after closing. You guys can see that clear enough?
Yeah.
All right. The lender could not document the borrower's pay, such as any overtime or bonuses, tips, or other income. Now, this becomes, this is for people who work off of tips, you know, bartenders, waitresses, strippers, you know, they all work off of tips, you know, and so it's important that if they're working off of tips, they need to try to document it, and it's kind of harder to. But if that's the case and they need to try to come up with some kind of documentation like that, new LE has to be issued and another 3-day waiting period is triggered. Costs change for the services the borrower could not shop for. The interest rate changed because the borrower didn't opt for a rate lock or the rate lock expired. A prepayment penalty was added, although keep in mind, they're not allowed in New Jersey. So for exams, no prepayment penalties allowed in New Jersey. Although in real life, they are allowed to charge private lenders are allowed to charge on commercial loans. Private lenders are allowed to charge prepayment penalties, but we're not going to study that. As far as exams are concerned, we're going to ignore this line because you get it as a question on school and state exam. There are no prepayment penalties allowed in New Jersey. That's what you should study. So stick your fingers in your ears when we look at this line, okay? Loan product was changed. So they changed the type of loan that they were getting. Or the APR increased beyond allowable limits. And the allowable limit changes would be 1/8% interest change on fixed rate loans or 1/4% on adjustable rate mortgages. So those are the things that would trigger a new 3-day waiting period for the loan estimate. All right. So on page 354, we're going to highlight, after the bullet points, 2 paragraphs down, we're going to highlight the whole paragraph that says, under TRID rules, the lender is required to provide the 5-page closing disclosure at least 3 business days before closing, with a minimum of 7 business days between the issuance of the loan estimate and the closing. So basically, you may be thinking, well, the LE is issued 3 days after you just apply for the loan. Of course, there's going to be at least 7 days between the LE and the closing, right? Well, what happens if there had to have been a reissuance of that LE much later on in the transaction? Well, now that could cause delays because you have to trigger another additional 3 days in the waiting period, because there's got to be at least 7 days between the issuance of that LE and the closing as well. So actually it could cause up to a 7-day waiting period. So 3 days for the issuance of an LE, an additional 3 days has to be added, but there has to be at least 7 days between the time they give the CD and the closing. So that's actually 10 days, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the CD, the closing disclosure, replaces the HUD-1 RESPA statement. Okay. HUD-1, well, HUD used to create all these forms and handle these forms. So they used to refer to the closing statement that documents every penny in this closing transaction. They call it the settlement statement. It discloses all the settlement costs down to every penny in the real estate transaction. Well, the CD does the same thing. The CD replaces the HUD-1 RESPA settlement statement. Instead, we now have the CD RESPA settlement statement. So what does RESPA stand for? Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, which requires that all the closing costs down to the penny have to be disclosed on the closing document, the settlement statement. It used to be called the HUD-1, now it's called the CD, the closing disclosure. When does this need to be given? At least 3 business days before the closing. So the borrower should compare the first 3 pages of the CD to the LE, the loan estimate, to make sure that the costs are not over difference in quotes and actual costs are not exceeding certain tolerance limits, because if they are, the lender has to eat those costs. Okay.
Okay.
So you need to know the document, which document it replaced, and when it needs to be given. And how much time has to be between the time they give you the CD and the LE? 7 days. Take a picture of this slide. Study the slide. And that one with the definition of aliens, it'll be coming up again. You'll take a picture and study that one too. You will get an exam question on these on school and state. You got to know what's the old document, what document it replaced, and when it needs to be given. Can I change slides yet?
What page is this on in the book though? Is it in the book? I mean, well.
Page 354. It's about the LE. Hold on. Let me back up this slide for 1 second.
Okay.
Here's all the pages where you see these 2 documents. 267, 253, 254.
Okay, got you.
And right here on, where the hell are we? Well, right here, they're talking about the Your Home Loan Toolkit. And then they have just a mention of it here, but they didn't really get into it yet. So here's where they really get into it on these pages.
Okay.
All right, next. Aliens, the timelines, the documents have to be issued. So you can snap a picture of this one again. So this has all the documents listed on one page here. Aliens is a loan application is considered to be complete when all the information of aliens has been provided. All right, which will be on the next slide. Or 2 slides from now, that's this one, right? So the loan estimate must be given to the consumer within 3 business days of their completed loan application, aliens, but at least 7 days between the closing and the time the LE is issued. A new LE must be issued if certain changes are made. We just looked at them on page 354. And it would also trigger an additional 3-day waiting period. The Your Home Loan Toolkit, or simply they may refer to it on exam as the Toolkit, must be given within 3 days of their completed loan application. Aliens. And the CD, the closing disclosure, must be provided within 3 business days before closing. How much gap of time between the CD and the LE is issued, though?
7.
10 days.
7. Well, then they add another 3 on there, yeah.
Well, if you had
So
other-
technically, it would be that, but for exams, 7.
Okay.
Now, when reissuing a new LE, we just went over this one. You know what? Maybe I should change the order of that, so we're not skipping around all over the place. So LE may be reissued, and then I will put that right after that slide. So this way we go from this, and then it says it may have to be reissued.
Okay.
And then it goes to the slide that shows when it needs to be reissued. And then it goes to the timelines that we got to issue these documents, or the lender does. And then TRID. Okay. So let me close this and now go full screen again. All right. You guys see it at full screen
Yes.
or in edit mode? I'm not sure how you guys are seeing it.
It's full.
Full.
You guys seeing it in full? Okay.
Yeah.
So when reissuing a new loan estimate's required. Okay, so we did that. Timelines for the docs to be reissued. Okay, so aliens, the LE, the Your Home Loan Toolkit, the CD, we just went over that. Okay, TRID and aliens. So the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, that's that new agency, the Consumer Financial, the CFPB, integrated several documents and several laws. The Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, and the Truth in Lending Act, TILA, they combined the disclosures from both of those laws into a new TILA RESPA integrated disclosure, or if you take the first letter for all of these, it spells TRID, which also stands for the reason I drink, because this shit can drive you to drink. Your head spinning yet?
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
So-
with them changing everything and integrating all of this when they didn't really have to, if it wasn't broke, why they try to fix it?
That's right. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But, you know, the CFPB is trying to justify their existence, right? So even
They gotta
though,
protect your money.
yeah, they created this. Look, they had done some good things with consumer
Okay.
protections and credit cards. In that regard, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau did some good stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
But when they tried stepping into the mortgage territory and regulations of this stuff, their intent may have been well-meaning, but it's like off the charts complicated.
Yeah.
Even creating the closing statements, the final closing statements, attorneys used to do it all the time. They don't bother anymore. They're like, we don't want to do this. We'll hire a title company and let them deal with it because they don't want to deal with it. So lenders responsible for the timely delivery of these documents. Okay, we already went over that. Here's an additional resource on the NAR's website that talks about, you know, when this law was implemented and some of the rules of it, if you wanted to get into that, but that's only for curious minds. Aliens. When the aliens have landed, that's when we start counting time, right?
Yeah.
This is actually disclosed on page 267. Go to page 267 and we'll highlight it. So aliens is spoken about on page 267. Maybe it's not. What page is it on? Aliens is not on page 267. When the new LE, what would trigger reissuing of a new LE is on page 267.
Mhm.
All right.
Closure.
Obviously, I got to make a change here. So what would trigger the new issuing of a new LE? That is on page 267. What's on page 354? 67, 354. That's also triggering a new LE. Okay, so 267 and 357. Okay. Oh, I just got to go back a couple slides here to find out.
Check 262.
Is it on 262? Yeah, I just seen that page.
Intent to proceed.
262. Yep, there you go. Thank you.
262.
Oh, yeah, intent to proceed. Thank you.
All right, and I went back and I've been updating these slides. I just went back and I updated these slides. Okay, 262 would be the reissuing of the aliens. Page 262. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Actually, I had that on a previous slide, the very first slide that we went over. Which, if we take a look at the very first slide that we went over pertaining to this, that talked about. What the hell just happened? The Your Home Loan Toolkit. You know, if we went back in time here, you see page 262 I had there for aliens. Okay. That's where you could see it, where it says intent to proceed. And then there's got that list of aliens, just highlight straight down ALIENS. Okay. So the lender's not allowed to charge the borrower any fees in advance other than a credit check for a credit check. Like they can't charge for any loan application fees or any additional fees until they completed the loan application, aliens, and showed their intent to proceed with the transaction. So I went back here and I made some modifications too. Well, 267, 253, 254, that's where the loan estimate and CD are listed. And the next place is every place where they mention the aliens, well, except for this slide. Was that 262? I will adjust it to reflect 262. A page number. You guys can have the cross reference. So here we go. Page 262. All right. And the TILA integrated disclosure statement, page 261. They talk about the TRID. What kind of transactions are they required on? On page 261, it says the TILA RESPA integrated disclosure. You see that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Above that, we spoke about RESPA already. I want you to highlight that whole paragraph about Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act and write RESPA, R-E-S-P-A in capital letters next to it, even though it says it here in there. And we're going to highlight everything that says the Federal Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, was created to ensure the buyer and seller in residential real estate transactions involving new first mortgage loans have knowledge of all the settlement costs. And how do they do that? Well, it used to be on the HUD-1, now it's on the CD, right? Now the TRID is only required under certain types of loans. Okay, so TRID is only required under certain types of loans. For TRID rules do not apply to the following transactions. Highlight that and put a highlighted box around the bulleted list. Home equity lines of credit, mortgages for mobile homes, movable dwellings, reverse mortgages, cash transactions, or loans for commercial property. We don't need to use the CD, the LE, any of those things for these transactions. For home equity lines of credit, for mobile homes, reverse mortgages, cash transactions, or commercial transactions. I'll snap a picture of this and I'm going to include it in the slideshow too. I'll update it later. All right. Now, RESPA, the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, was formally administered by HUD. We just highlighted it on page, what page was that? 261?
Yeah.
RESPA. Okay, so 261 and 353.
353.
And 353. 261 and 353.
Okay.
All right. So on page 353, let's take a look and see what it says there about it. Page 353. Yes, they get into it a little more detail about it, and it's what's on this slide here. So this slide is discussing what's on page 353. Formerly administered by HUD, now administered by the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. RESPA closing disclosure was created to ensure that the buyer and seller have knowledge of all the settlement costs. So what's the purpose of RESPA's settlement statement? To ensure the buyer and seller have knowledge of all the settlement costs. That's an exam question often. It's required on any federally related loan. So not for loans to refinance, commercial property, investment properties, cash transactions, or I should also add there, reverse mortgages, right? That one's missing from there. Not refinancing, reverse mortgages, commercial loans, or investment properties or cash purchases. So we're going to highlight under RESPA requirements, 1, 2, 3, 3.5 lines there. However, what's that, the first 2 sentences? The Federal Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, RESPA, formerly administered by HUD, on page 353, we're highlighting this, was created to ensure that the buyer and seller in residential real estate transactions have knowledge of all the settlement costs. Okay. Now, RESPA requirements apply when the purchase is financed by federally related mortgage loans. That means anytime the money is coming from a lender whose deposits are held in any lending institution that's insured by the FDIC or FSLIC. If they're planning on selling it to HUD, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, or Ginnie Mae. Well, let's take a look. We got the list right here. Made by banks or other institutions whose deposits are insured by the FDIC or FSLIC, insured by the FHA or guaranteed by the VA, made by the REC-D, the former Farmer Home Loan Association, administered by HUD, or intended to be sold by the lender to Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, or Freddie Mac. They also don't apply to refis or cash transactions. You could also write that in there. Not refis or cash transactions.
What pages are you on?
353.
Okay.
You looking at that bulleted list under RESPA requirements?
Oh, I'm on two. I have it.
All right, okay. Did you highlight anything on this page yet or no?
Yes, some of it.
Okay, so under RESPA, you should have the first two sentences highlighted.
Yeah.
And then after this bulleted list, you wrote not refi or cash transactions.
Not what?
Not refi, refinancing.
Oh, refinancing.
Where that's at?
You're writing it under the bullet point.
Oh, not refi or cash transaction.
Correct. And then highlight RESPA regulations apply only to transactions involving new first mortgage loans. That's what that means. Not for refinancing or cash transactions, only when you're using a loan to buy the real estate. Not for loans for property you already own, which would be a refinancing, where you're trying to get a better rate. That's what refinancing is. You're getting a new loan to pay off your old loan. And you would do this when you're trying to get it at a lower interest rate, right?
Yeah.
So, then you see the next set of bullet points there. You see it says Section 8. I want you to highlight Section 8 prohibits against kickbacks, but I want you to write this term RESPA above Section 8. Because it's not Section 8 like the ones that we're talking about for rentals. This is a different Section 8. This has to deal with lending. RESPA, Section 8 of RESPA law. Prohibits kickbacks. That's giving anything of value to somebody who doesn't have a license, right? That's what a kickback is that we learned as far as licensing law goes. As far as RESPA law is considered, a kickback, it is also unearned fees to anybody who didn't take an active role in the transaction. And then we have RESPA Section 9. You don't got to highlight. But it says lenders cannot require that buyers use a particular title insurance company. See, in the past, they used to try to do that. You got to use our title insurance company. All right. RESPA 10, however, you may see on exam, that requires lenders to limit amounts kept in the escrow account for the taxes and insurance payments for the coming year. They must return any excess of $50 or more. Remember, I told you we're going to highlight this somewhere else? Well, here it is. Highlight Section 10, and then the last line. At least once a year, lenders must return overages of $50 or more. That's in the escrow account to pay for the taxes and insurance. So on that first line, we're highlighting Section 10. Lenders are required to...
At least once a year.
How do we word this?
Lenders must return.
Yeah, we could put here. Lenders are not required to maintain escrow accounts to fund property taxes and insurance. But if they do, lenders, at least once a year, lenders must return overages of $50 or more. Okay? probably this slide. You could just study this slide. See this RESPA stuff, RESPA, LE, CD, this crap is spread all over the book. You're bouncing all over the place. That's why I tried to, that's why I try to put these couple slides together that you could just study from. You know, all this information is just on a couple of successive slides.
Right.
Can I change it?
Yeah.
But once again, it's just recapping the same stuff that we just went over, just on its own slide. The LE is the loan estimate. It replaces what document? The good faith estimate. What is its purpose? It's a disclosure of the anticipated or estimated loan costs. When does it have to be given? Within 3 business days after the borrower completes the loan application, aliens. It must be at least 7 business days between the time the LE is given to the borrower and the closing takes place. And a new LE must be reissued under certain circumstances, and this would also trigger an additional 3-day waiting period before the borrower can close the loan. The CD replaces the HUD-1. That's the actual closing costs. It's the RESPA Settlement Procedures Act settlement statement, a disclosure of all the actual costs involved in the real estate transactions, accounting for every penny so the consumer is aware of all the settlement costs. Must be given at least 3 business days before closing. Now we get into different types of loans. So on page 243.
Oh my God. So we got to go back to 243?
Yep. Yeah, we're done with the LE. We were just bouncing all over for the LE stuff, the LE, the CD, the toolkit, the aliens. We were just bouncing around, highlighting the rules and the specifics for those things.
Okay.
But we got them just on these couple slides, guys.
Right.
So you could just study these couple slides. It starts at the toolkit.
Yes.
Right, right here. It starts at the toolkit. That's one slide.
Mm-hmm.
Then it just explains what the toolkit is for a couple. This slide that kind of explains what's coming up and gives you a little bit of advice. Here's the one for the documents and the timelines for the LE and the CD. Here's the requirements of the reissuing of a new LE, which you don't need to study. Here's once again the timelines. Here's a good slide to study. Aliens definition. What is alien? So probably half of this slide here. And knowing that the RESPA TILA integrated disclosure is now called TRID, right? TILA RESPA integrated disclosure. And these rules from RESPA, section 8 and 10, you get questions on this on exam. This is just a recap of what was on those other slides, just dedicated to the LE and dedicated to the CD.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is new. Okay. So all that bouncing around we did, we were getting into the details and highlighting all the details everywhere.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So don't get too frazzled over it all. Just study those couple of slides, you're good.
Yeah.
Now, conventional insured and guaranteed loans. So a conventional loan is a loan that's directly between the lender and the borrower without any influence from outside sources. So it's basically, hey, if you come to me and I'm going to lend you money, I'm going to lend you my money. I'm not lending you anybody else's money. So there's no third party whose guidelines, lending guidelines, I need to pay attention to. I'm lending you my money. I can make the final decision if I'm going to lend it or not. So am I more flexible in my loan criteria?
You're more flexible.
Yeah, it's my money. I could say who I'm going to lend it to.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what a conventional loan is. It's when it's directly between the borrower and the lender. There's no third party involvement. Got that?
Yeah.
So let's highlight. Conventional loans are those arranged entirely between the borrower and the lending institution under conventional insured and guaranteed loans. The first bullet point,
What page?
243.
I want 343. Oh, okay.
Let me update it. Let me write that on the slide too for you. So we'll write that on the slide here somewhere. Let's see. Good. Page 243. Shrink that down a bit. And remove that bullet point. Okay. So we're highlighting conventional loans are directly between the borrower and lender with no third party involvement or influence. Then government-backed loans include those that are insured by the FHA, the Federal Housing Administration, or guaranteed by the Department of Veterans Affairs, the VA. So let's highlight insured by the FHA, guaranteed by the VA. So who insures loans?
Government.
FHA, the Federal Housing Administration. Who guarantees loans?
VA.
Yeah.
The VA, the Department of Veterans Affairs. So VA only gives loans to veterans. FHA gives loans, well, they don't give loans, they insure them.
They insure them.
VA usually does not lend money either. The VA guarantees 25% of the loan payment.
So, okay. Because the FHA, when you think of it, it's like you think you're getting, like people say, I have an FHA loan, but you really don't. They're the insurer.
Yeah, the FHA, what happens is this.
That's true.
You don't like school, see? Bless you.
It's school, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so the FHA does this. When you get an FHA loan, you go to your local lending institution, you go to your local bank. And the bank says, get out of here. We're not going to lend you money because in order to borrow money from us, you got to have at least 20% down.
Yes.
And you got to have a high credit score.
Yep.
But say, well, I want to get a loan through the FHA program. And then they're like, oh, that's different. What is the FHA program? Well, the FHA is basically, they go to your local bank and the FHA says, hey, listen, here's our lending guidelines. You have to follow these guidelines that we have set up. And if the borrower comes in and they want to borrow and they meet these guidelines and the property they're purchasing meets these certain guidelines, lend them your money. And in the event that they default on the loan and they fail to pay you back, we'll insure you against loss. You won't lose a penny.
Oh, so they like, I got your back. Just take care of them. I got you.
So the local bank is like, all right, so as long as we follow these guidelines, which we would never lend to these people.
Right.
But because you're insuring the loan, what do we got to lose?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that's what the FHA does. They don't lend money. The FHA does not lend money. They insure loans for lenders who lend their money according to FHA's lending guidelines.
The guidelines, right. Okay.
So you see now what conventional loans mean? These are directly between the lender and borrower with no influence from outside sources.
Yeah.
Conventional loans are not FHA loans.
Right.
Because FHA loans are following strict guidelines. Right? The VA loans also have guidelines, but they're only meant for veterans. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, anytime you're getting an FHA loan or a VA loan, both FHA loans and VA loans require the purchase contracts to contain a special amendatory clause that states if the property appraises below the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. You know what? I'm gonna just move these two things, these 2 points around. Just switching them, putting up the definitions of these loans first and then the clause. I think that's a better order to have it in. Okay. Excuse me. You know, the honking's disgusting. So FHA, Federal Housing Administration, insures loans, VA guarantees loans, neither lends money. Okay. So what I should, you know, I should probably put that right in there. Neither lends money. I know I'm going to have it in a different slide somewhere, but I'll just put it, I'll just add another point right here. Neither the FHA or VA lends money. FHA insures loans, VA guarantees them. Neither the FHA or VA lends money. Okay. Good. There we go. Now, loans directly from the government also include those from the state. New Jersey has the NJHMFA, that's the New Jersey Mortgage Housing Finance Agency, but once again, they do not lend money directly. The state of New Jersey has certain lenders. They have guidelines that certain lenders are approved to give their loans who follow their guidelines. So they have all kinds of loan programs that you could get from the NJHMFA. We're going to have a different slide just for them. The state of New Jersey has different loan programs for teachers and firemen and policemen, people who work from home or go to work in off-peak hours to try to relieve congestion on our busy roads. So they have all kinds of wacky loan programs for certain people like that. Okay. And they give loans to people. They also have loans for first-time home buyers. They got a program called the NJ Smart Start program that gives one loan to purchase the house and another loan for the down payment and closing costs. And that second loan for the down payment and closing cost, even though it's at a higher interest rate, it doesn't need to be paid back if you live in the house long enough. We'll get to it. It'll be on a slide. All right. We have the Rec D, is the former Farmer Home Loan Administration. They give loans to people who live in rural areas. Here's the difference between urban, suburban, and rural. We keep using these terms. Urban is a densely populated area. You see this, all these homes, all these people living very close together in a tight vicinity. Suburban is like single family homes, okay? Like urban areas is like the city, where you have high rises and apartment complexes, people living in a tight vicinity together. They're referred to as a lot of people living within close proximity of each other. That's an urban area. Suburban area is people live a little bit further apart. You got a house next to a house next to a house. You don't have many people living in a small area. And then rural, that's like farmland, people that live farther away from each other. Okay, so that's sparsely populated areas. So urban is densely populated area. Suburban or suburbia is a little less densely populated. And then rural is sparsely populated. You know, you may not be able to see your neighbor. So you're going to be working in the property field. You should understand these terms. So how does lending work? Well, I already told you most lenders don't lend their own money. They lend other people's money. So most lenders don't lend their own money. Those that do are called portfolio lenders, and those loans are referred to as conventional loans. Right? Those that do are called portfolio lenders, and their loans are called conventional. And payment. And their loan, come on. Their loans are called conventional. So who do you get conventional loans from?
You get those from the lending institution.
What kind of lenders?
Portfolio.
Portfolio lenders,
Portfolio lenders.
right? They're called conventional loans.
Okay.
Now, who else do you get money from? So who do we get loans from? Where do we get loans from? Or who do we, or do consumers get loans from?
You have it right there. Banks, credit unions, investors.
Right? So yeah, they get them from
Local
banks, credit unions, investors, are common sources obtaining funds for loans. They lend their depositors money according to some third-party investors' criteria for the loan that they're willing to purchase, and then they sell those loans to them later to get their depositors' money back. So basically, you go to your local bank to get a loan. They have some third parties lending guidelines that they follow. And as long as they follow those lending guidelines, they know that they have an investor lined up who's willing to buy that loan. So basically, I'll lend you our depositors' money. I'm the local bank. I will lend you our depositors' money. We'll write a loan, but only if you meet these lending guidelines that some investor gave us that said if we lend money according to these guidelines, they'll buy the loan. So we already know, we already got investors lined up to buy this loan in advance. Make sense? Okay, so that's what I'm explaining here. You go to banks, credit unions, investors are common sources of obtaining funds for loans. They lend their depositors money according to some third-party investors' criteria for loans they're willing to purchase. And then they sell them those loans later to get their depositors' money back and some interest paid up front as profit. Sometimes these investors will also pay the bank a servicing fee to continue handling the collections of the monthly mortgage payments and billing. So those investors, even though they buy the loan from the bank, they'll say, bank, continue doing the billing and collecting the monthly payments that you're going to then hand over to us. We'll pay you a monthly servicing fee. So that's how your banks make money. They write a loan, they lend their depositors money, then they resell that loan shortly after to get all their depositors' money back and a little bit of profit up front, some of that interest. And then that investor also continues to pay them a servicing fee to do the monthly billing.
Wow.
God knows they could afford it, right? Now, when these loans are originated to purchase the real estate, this is called the primary mortgage market. Okay, so what is the primary mortgage market? It's where loans are originated to purchase or acquire real estate. Okay, here, let me rephrase this around, and I'm just going to put the primary market first so that you guys, it's kind of like a definition. Whoa, what the hell? Primary mortgage market. where loans are originated to purchase real estate. That's pretty simple, huh? That's known as the primary mortgage market. And the secondary mortgage market is where those loans are resold to investors. So secondary mortgage market is when those loans are, where those loans originated in the primary market are later resold to investors. So what's the secondary market? It's where loans that were originated are purchased by investors. So the secondary market, do they lend money directly to the consumer?
The secondary market?
Yep. Does the secondary mortgage market lend money directly to the consumer?
No.
No.
The primary one does.
The primary one does. And then after they originated those loans, they're purchased by investors in the secondary market.
Yeah.
So we got an understanding for what the primary and secondary market is?
Mm-hmm.
And where do people get loans from in the primary market? Banks, credit unions, and other investors. You know who's a large lender?
Who?
Insurance companies.
Oh, wow.
When you go to mortgage brokers, not mortgage bankers. Mortgage bankers work for one bank. They're like the mortgage rep that works for one bank.
Mm-hmm.
Mortgage brokers work for, they could work with a lot of different lending institutions and investors to get loans. So some of the places where they get money from are private investors. Well, who are these private investors? Insurance companies. You know, insurance companies, they got a lot of extra cash laying around.
Yeah, they sure do. They got a lot of extra.
Why would they just leave that money sitting around? That'd be stupid. Why not reinvest it? Obviously, you can make a lot of money off of lending it, right?
Yeah.
So that's what the insurance companies do. Insurance companies will lend that money, through mortgage brokers. They lend that money to the public. No, so that's how this stuff works. That's how all these people make money. Okay. Well, you got to understand how it works, right? Now, here's that video I was telling you about. I got to add that video in here, but not. I got to add a link to it. But you guys could search for this online. Money as Debt Promises Unleashed 2 is what it's called. Money as Debt Promises Unleashed 2. It's a great educational video, which I spoke to you about a little bit earlier. If you go to, you just go to the web browser and you type that in, Money as Debt Promises Unleashed 2. And, you plug that into the web browser and both, you could see it, Money as Debt. Here's the full length movie. Or you can watch ones that are broken down into like 8 different episodes that are just a couple minutes long. Okay. It's a great series. Full cut, unlent. Let's take a look at this. Maybe I'll put a link directly to the manufacturer's link here. Manufacturers, the guy who created it. Paul Minion or something like that. I forget his name. That's not him. That's somebody else. But that's a link I will copy because I'll download it and I'll offer it to you guys as well through our YouTube channel. So I'll make that available to everybody. All right.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're so resourceful.
What's that?
You're very resourceful.
Mm-hmm.
I try to be, but you know, I also don't want to overburden you and kill you guys with too much information either. You know, so that's a worry I got. That's why I'm not going to be showing you these videos here in class, because it's a little bit irrelevant to the class, but it is important to understand. Is this guy? No. So I'll actually right now in the chat window, I'll send you guys the links to 2 of these resources. Let me see if I can find one that's from the actual guy. This is the last link I'm clicking on here. This ain't it. I'll just send you the links that I have here. Nope, none of these people are the actual guy, but all right. So I got 3 links to the same video series here. I will post right now in the chat window. I'll send to you guys. Whoa, you could click on any of them. That'll take you to that video. All right. Money is debt. Promises Unleashed. I just sent it to you guys in the chat window there, but you can look it up on YouTube yourselves as well. All right. But I will post it on our YouTube page at some point. All right. So there's a couple links to it. And you'll find it interesting. Watch it over the weekend, perhaps.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lesson for my 17-year-old.
You also have another movie to watch on the weekend, right?
What was it?
Ah, you guys forgot it already? The Big Short. The Big Short.
What's that?
You put the link in there?
No, you guys can watch it on demand or whatever. It's free. You could find it on demand or whatever. The Big Short, that's the one that talks about the mortgage crash, the mortgage meltdown, the mortgage crash and all that stuff, called The Big Short.
It's only on demand?
No, you could get it. Well, you could get it for free, like on demand, or look at it on cable, or I think it's on Netflix. You could find it on. I know you could get it for free in the Amazon Fire TV stick. So here's the movie, The Big Short, from the Internet Movie Database here.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I was trying to look to see if I could find you the cover here. Anyway. The Big Short. Oh, here it is. See the cover looks like this, The Big Short.
Mm-hmm.
Will Ferrell in there. Not Will Ferrell.
He's funny. Him right here.
What the hell's that guy's name? Steve Carell. That's it. Steve Carell. Christian Bale, Ryan Gosling. It's got a whole cast of famous people that are in there. It's a good movie. And it's related to real estate.
Oh, okay.
All right. So anyway, so conventional loans. What are conventional loans? Let's get into them a little bit deeper. We're still on page 243. They're loans directly between the borrower and lender with no third-party involvement or influence. You get them from portfolio lenders. Those are lenders who lend their own money with no intent to resell the loan, although they may. At the time they write them, they don't have that intent to. They usually don't resell loans. They keep them in their own investment portfolios, thus their name, portfolio lender. So do not confuse them with conforming loans. Conforming loans are loans that are bought on the secondary market by Fannie Mae. They are by investors on the secondary market. Okay, because they conform to secondary markets lending guidelines. Okay, so a conforming loan is one that meets Fannie Mae's lending guidelines. Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market. They buy about 1 out of every 10 loans that are out there. Imagine that, one company buying 1 out of every 10 loans. So the lender has a final say in who they're going to lend to. They're more flexible than conventional lenders are because they lend their own money. Now, because they're more flexible, don't confuse that with meaning that they make risky loans. It's just, look, if you go to a local bank and they have their written standard of guidelines that the borrower needs to follow, and if they don't match these strict guidelines, you're not getting the loan. But you could still be a good borrower. Let me give you an example. I got a friend who he owns about 15 investment properties, right? He owns a bar, cash business. He's a fireman, makes good money, right? The guy's credit score is like 840, you know, great credit score. Never late on a mortgage payment. However, he could not get a loan to buy a $200,000 two-family house. What?
What? Yeah, why?
Well, because a lot of lenders had different lending criteria, strict lending criteria the banks had to follow. Nope, this one says if you own more than 3 houses, you don't qualify. And that's one of the criteria from a lot of the lenders. If you own more than 3 houses, you don't qualify. This one says that if your debt to income ratio is over a certain amount, you don't qualify. Now, this guy's debt to income ratio was high. Why was it high though? With all them investment properties and always being on time with his payments and everything, why did he owe so much money? Well, he didn't. The guy's cheap. We know how investors work. You want to pay as little on your you want to pay as little income taxes as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you pay as little on income tax as possible? You have to have a lot of write-offs to offset your income. So then you lower the amount of income that the IRS can tax you on. Now, this guy was cheap. Ask me how cheap.
How cheap?
He was so cheap that when he goes to Home Depot and sees a receipt laying on the ground, he picks it up and writes it off on his taxes.
Oh no.
Oh. Wow.
Now, see, that'll work out for you every year because you don't pay that much in taxes because it looks like you're spending just about all the money you're making.
Yeah.
But the problem comes into play. If you do that, you're going to have trouble borrowing money because it looks like you're spending all the money that you're making. So how are you going to be able to afford another payment?
Right.
See, that's the catch-22. So I took him to a lender, a portfolio lender that lends their own money. And they looked at the whole situation and they're like, something here ain't right. They're like, yeah, we could see that this guy's an investor. He's probably taking a lot of write-offs and getting stretched out that way. With a credit score like that, owning all these properties, never being late on a mortgage payment. Yeah.
Something that's fishy.
Yeah, something's fishy. You know what? We'll see. It's only a $200,000 loan for a two-family house, which the rents themselves will pay for the mortgage. So we don't see this as a risky loan. So we will lend our own money. Sometimes they refer to this as real-world lending too, you know, but it's the only type of people that you could get a loan from like this are the ones that are lending their own money. So you got to find them a bank that lends their own money. They're a portfolio lender. Okay. Now I want you to write underneath the paragraph for conventional loans. Maximum seller concession allowed is 3%. I want you to write that in the book under conventional loans paragraph there. Maximum seller concession allowed is 3%. You also wrote that in chapter 11 where we wrote the contract. Remember we were filling it out? I put the maximum seller concession allowed for FHA loans is 6% and for conventional loans was 3%. So we're just writing that here.
You said 3%?
Yep. Right, you see right here in the slideshow, maximum seller concession allowed, it's 3%.
Yeah. Okay.
What's a seller's concession? It's any money that the seller gives up to the buyer for helping them out with closing costs, for example, so that they could complete the purchase on their property. Why would anybody give the buyer money for their closing costs? So they could sell their house. You know, I mean, if there's a lot of other buyers out there that got the money, hell, you take those. But if there isn't, you know, you can make the deal happen by contributing some money towards their closing costs. You're going to do it. Now, typically, conventional loans require larger down payments, 20%. But I have seen them as low as 3%. It depends on the lender. They're flexible. It's their money. Now, any loan where a lender is lending more than 80% of the money, meaning that the borrower is not putting down at least 20%, private mortgage insurance is required. Okay. So the next section, PMI, private mortgage insurance. Go 3 lines down, and on that sentence there on the 3rd line, we're going to highlight with any down payment less than 20%, a conventional loan must be accompanied by private mortgage insurance, PMI.
Wait, Victor, so that's like it gets taxed only in your monthly mortgage payment, right? The PMI.
Yes, it's added into the monthly mortgage payment, correct. It's an additional expense to the borrower. But what is private mortgage insurance insuring? Now I got a slide just for that. PMI, private mortgage insurance, insures the amount less than 20% that the borrower put down when they bought. It's not insuring the whole loan amount. It's only insuring the down payment less than 20%. Because conventional banking theory states that anytime a lender loans more than 80% of the value of the property, they're risking the money. Especially if they're risking their depositors' money. If they're risking someone else's, right?
Right.
Conventional banking theory says that anytime a borrower lends more than 80% of the value of the property, they're risking their depositors' money. So they have to insure at least 20% of it. And they do that through PMI, private mortgage insurance. So if equity reaches 20%.
Excuse me.
Yep.
The insured any amount less than 20%, the borrower or the borrower. Is it supposed to be borrower or borrower?
Insures any amount less than 20%, the borrow.
The borrower paid down.
Yep. Thank you. The borrower put down, okay, insures any amount less than 20% the borrower put down, they paid when purchasing. So if equity reaches 20%, PMI can be dropped at the borrower's request. But the lender must drop PMI insurance by law when equity is greater than 22. Well, let me ask you a question. If the equity is 22%, what is the insurance covering?
2% extra, because
so it's not insuring anything.
No.
So basically the government's allowing lenders to charge insurance for up to 2% value of the loan when it's not insuring a damn thing.
Wow.
Well, they're giving them that leeway there because when do you say what value are you basing it off of? You know, you got to take out a new you got to get a new appraisal on the property to figure out the equity, or is it based off of the original purchase price value? Or I mean, how are they working it? Okay, so they're giving them that leeway there of 2% because markets fluctuate a little bit, right?
Wait, Victor, how do you remove the PMI?
Pay down at least 20%.
Can you do it through refinancing too?
Yes.
Oh, no.
If you pay down if you got at least 20% equity.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So you how could you raise the equity on the property?
You could make improvements, or it could just go over time with the market.
Market value could go up, you could make improvements, or you could pay down the loan.
Right, all right, got it.
All right. It's not life insurance. It does not insure the entire loan. So what is equity? Because we're talking about equity here. Isn't that what we're really talking about?
Yeah.
When equity reaches 20%. So what is equity? It's a difference between the current value and the amount owed. Equity can be built in different ways. You could pay down the principal on the property. You could increase the value by making improvements, or you could wait for market values just to go up on their own. Okay. Ooh. Now, here's a list of a couple of portfolio lenders I prepared for you guys to start out your Rolodex. I know that's an old term. Your contact managers. Here we go. So how to find a portfolio lender. Here's a little tip for you from me to you. Drive by construction sites that have large banners saying this project is funded by, that means they're a portfolio lender. They're lending their own money. Here's a couple local ones. RSI, that's Rawway Savings Institute. Amboy Savings Bank. PPAC Gladstone Bank. Provident Bank. Unity. Columbia. And Santander. Although Santander, they tend to only fund larger projects. You really don't see them doing private loans for lending their own money for smaller projects. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So FHA loan. Okay, so let's stop here. Let's do some highlighting in the book under private mortgage insurance. Did you guys highlight that sentence that says with any down payment less than 20%, a conventional loan must be accompanied by private mortgage insurance, PMI?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Go down to the next paragraph. And at the end of the first line, you're going to highlight lenders drop PMI coverage at the borrower's request when equity reaches 20%, and that coverage be dropped automatically when it reaches 22%. And then underline, equity is the difference between the market value of the property and the amount still owed on it. Now, how would they determine that amount? Well, they could either get an appraisal or they could have a real estate agent do a BPO. Highlight a BPO as a broker's price opinion. The written estimate value resembles a CMA, a comparative market analysis. So what's a CMA? It's how we help the public determine the value of property, right? It's a presentation, comparative market analysis. When we do it for banks, it's called a BPO, broker's price opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, it's not an appraisal. It should never be construed as such.
Mm-hmm.
So turn the page. Now, these next couple pages, we're learning all about FHA loans. I need to check a picture in my email. Hold on one second. I need to see if I got a picture in my email because I'm going to be showing you an example of something that's local here to me that I could show you as part of this class. Damn it. I know I snapped a picture of it. I know I got a picture of it somewhere. Son of a gun. I know I got it. I know I got it. Could still be in my email, not to myself. There. Not there. Not there, of course. Oops. Got one more place to check. Let's see. sorry here. I got something that's going to help you with the lesson in class here. I want to give you a visualization of something. So just give me 1 second here. I may not have sent it to myself, so if I didn't, I have to snap a picture of it, or I'll have to send it to myself right now so that I can show to you guys. So in the meantime, let me explain to you what's on the slideshows. So FHA loan on page 244. Does the FHA lend money?
No,
They do not.
They
FHA does what?
insure.
They insure loans. FHA does not lend money, but they do insure loans. And loans purchased, they're loans for the purchase of owner-occupied 1 to 4 family homes. By the way, this is a good slide to study from. You don't need to study just highlights over the next couple pages. It's all on one slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
They're loans for 1 to 4 family owner-occupied homes only. The most common type of loan in the FHA has all kinds of loan programs, fixed rate, adjustable rate, etc. You name it. They got loans for fixing up properties. They got loans for everything, but they're not for builders. They're not for investors. They're only for owner occupants. So FHA gives loans to people for owner-occupied properties only. And the most common type of loan they have is a fixed-rate FHA 203B loan, 203B. It requires a low down payment. What's the minimum down payment requirement for that?
3%.
3.5%. They require 3.5% down payment.
Okay.
Now, they do have a repair requirement that the property has to be in move-in ready, livable condition. It can't require a lot of repairs. Why do they have a requirement like that it can't require a lot of repairs? Well, why do you get an FHA loan?
Because of that
You didn't qualify.
payment and it is insured.
Low down payment requirement, that's why.
Mhm.
Well, if you require a low down payment, it's usually because you don't have a lot of money, right?
Right. Can't fix it.
So
up.
the FHA is looking at it like, we don't want you buying a house that's going to be a fixer-upper that's going to require a lot of money because you obviously don't have a lot of money. So they think that they're looking out for you, the consumer, by saying that the house that you purchase has to be a certain repair requirement, it has to be in good repair. Otherwise, you may end up buying a home that you can't really live in because it's messed up and it requires a lot of repairs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so that's why the FHA has that requirement there. Yeah, I know I took pictures and I just can't find them. All right, the maximum seller concession allowed that you could ask from a seller to contribute towards the buyer's closing cost for an FHA loan is 6%. 6%. Although closing costs are typically 2 to 3% of the purchase price. Now, it's 6%. The concession is what? 6% of the loan amount, not the purchase price, though. Now, it requires an upfront mortgage insurance premium called MIP, because when you get an FHA loan, what is an FHA? Does the FHA lend money?
No, it insures.
No, it insures loans. FHA does not lend money, it insures loans. And since the FHA is insuring loans, this is for this upfront mortgage insurance premium. What is it insuring? The entire loan amount, not the amount below 20% that you didn't put down.
Say that again.
The FHA loan, what is it insuring? It's insuring the entire loan. So the MIP insurance premium that the borrower pays is insurance for the entire loan, not just for the amount less that the buyer did not put down than 20%. It's insuring the entire loan amount, not the amount like PMI insurance.
Yeah.
It insures the down payment less than 20% that the borrower put down. But with MIP, it's insurance for the entire loan.
Oh, okay.
You see the difference?
Yeah.
So this insurance is probably a little bit higher too. Now, MIP insurance premium can be dropped when equity reaches 78%. It's kind of the opposite of PMI, which can be dropped when equity reaches 22. Right? It's the other end of the spectrum. When you've paid off most of the loan, it could be dropped. Because, well, PMI only insures 20% of the loan anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Can be dropped at 20%. It must be dropped when equity reaches 22.
Mm-hmm.
MIP insures the entire loan amount. So they allow you to drop it when you paid off most of the loan, 78%, but only after 11 years. And only if you put down at least 10% when you bought the property. Otherwise, it can never be dropped. All right. This requirement used to be that you could drop it when equity reaches 78% after you had the loan. I think it was for, what does it say? Maybe it still says it in the book. No, I think they fixed it, but they don't even. Yeah, they kind of removed it. So it used to be that you could drop it after 5 years, but most people are not paying off 78% of their loan after 5 years anyway. But you could drop it when equity reaches 78%, but only after 5 years, and that was it. But before President Obama left office, he made this loan less desirable to stay in for the long term. And he did it for a reason. Because a lot of the loans out there that people defaulted on when the mortgage market crashed,
right,
were FHA loans. So he says that if you're going to be buying a house, you know, they want you to get off the FHA loan program when you get a lot of equity and refinance into a conventional loan. Because, hey, I could drop the MIP insurance. Once equity reaches 20%, I could refinance into a conventional loan, and then I don't have to pay any insurance on the loan.
Mm-hmm.
See that? So he's trying to make it so that you could never drop it. He doesn't want you to be on the FHA program. He wants you to use it to get into the house. But then as soon as you get enough equity in it, refinance and get the hell off the government insured program.
Mm-hmm.
So he's making it a type of loan that you don't want. It's not good to be in for the long term. So you can never drop MIP insurance, even if you reach 78% equity, if you didn't put down 10% when you purchased it. And what's the minimum requirement down payment for an FHA loan? 3.5%. So what do most people put down? 3.5%.
Mm-hmm.
So most people can never drop this insurance anyway. Now they may be able to finance some of the closing costs as well. Ooh, so with an FHA loan, you could also finance the closing cost into the purchase price. Wow, or into the loan. So any or all of the down payment and closing costs can be a gift, not a loan from the relatives. Now, the FHA also has a type of loan program called FHA 203K, K for construction. I know you don't spell construction that way, but there's a way that I remember it. It's not a construction loan because construction means to make new, where there's no property, there's no house on the property. The 203K program is another one of FHA's programs that would cover both the purchase price of the property and extensive rehabilitation work for improvements. So can you buy a house that needs a lot of work with an FHA loan? Yes, just not the FHA 203B loan. The 203K, however, is specifically for this. You could get one loan to buy the house and another loan for improvements. It's actually one loan, but it's one loan that covers both the purchase price and extensive rehabilitation work on the house based on its after repair value. Now, the lender's not going to give you the money to buy a house and to do work. They'll pay the contractors directly who are doing the work. So the contractors have to do the repairs up front and supply the materials and the labor to do the work up front. And then they'll reimburse them. Well, how do they know when the work is done? Well, they'll send an appraiser out in stages of the construction to check to make sure it was done up to the first phase of the construction was done up to a certain point that they've agreed on. And when it's done, then they'll give them they'll release the funds for that first amount.
She's deaf. She wasn't. I don't know, but
What's that?
sorry.
Okay, weren't talking to me. Gotcha. All right. So let me give you an example. I got some pictures here of a FHA 203K loan that somebody's doing around the corner from me. This is the one I was trying to find the pictures for you. Let me just check my email a little bit, see if I have them still here, because I know I took pictures the other day. Just give me one sec. Okay, let me show you these pictures. I'm opening them up right now. I'll just give you an idea of these pictures that I do have. Hold on one second, it's opening up. Once it opens, I'll share it. Okay. You guys see these pictures here?
Mm-hmm.
They tore down this house, but left the garage standing.
Why are they going to rebuild a house?
Yeah, hold on a second. All right, so here's the, you could see this, what they're doing here. They tore down the house, they just left the garage standing right here. See that? The whole garage, the whole house is gone. This is an old builder's trick. See the garage here on the other side of the dumpster?
Yes.
Yeah.
See that? They're basically, as long as they leave one wall of the original structure standing here, they could use a loan to build a whole new house around it. And it's not considered new construction, it's considered an improvement.
Oh, wow. How smart is that? Jesus.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It's an old builder's trick. So on tax records, it's going to show if this original house was built in 1950, it's going to show as a 1950 home remodeled in 2021.
Wow.
And look, here's the new house that they're
wow.
building. Hey, look at it compared to the size of the house next door. This house is it's about 3 times the size of the original home, because they also, not only did they put a full layer over here, look, even above the garage. See, the house next door doesn't have anything above the garage.
Yeah.
You see that? They built above the garage even. But they also built, so it's a whole full usable layer, a second floor, and they dug out the foundation in the backyard that doubled the depth of the house too. So the house is actually 3 or 4 times or 3.5 times the size of the original home. Maybe you could see a little bit better on this photo. You see how deep it goes?
Yeah.
Compared to this one?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you could use an FHA 203K loan to do that too.
Wow.
Isn't that nutty?
Wow.
They just finished the house, and I took a picture of it, and that's what I was trying to find for you guys, the picture of the finished home. But I just want to give you the idea of the old builder's trick that they do there.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. So on a 203K loan, you can actually tear down every part except a piece.
Yeah, they got to keep one original wall standing from that house, and they could build a whole new house around it.
Wow.
They put a whole new foundation in. They dug it deeper, so it's now real deep basements now with a real high ceiling, and the basement's double the size, and the house is about 3.5 times because they built up and out.
Up and out.
Yep.
That
So
house next door.
yeah, the house is monster in size. This is right around the corner from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's right around the corner from me. If you guys probably passed by it. If you came up that hill, coming to my house to pick up the books, if you came up that hill, that street, Thelma Terrace, that's where that street is on. That's where it is. That house is ginormous. I'm trying to take a look and see if I can find that picture to show you the final, but no biggie if I can't.
I mean, if it's available, why not, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
so you could get these, the whole idea is you could get these loans. What is considered a rehabilitation or an improvement? This is an improvement loan. Right. What is considered extensive rehabilitation? Remodeling the kitchen, putting an addition on the house?
I think it should have like a budget, like a limit.
Okay. Well, well, obviously, this guy tore down the whole entire house. Just left the
like 100
garage and built a whole new house around the garage.
That's the loophole. They didn't put no stipulations, so hey, I'm going for the gusto.
It's an old trick.
Right.
It's an old builder's trick. It's like, hey, you guys made the rules. I'm just playing by your rules.
I'm just follow. Yes.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, right?
Right. Don't hate the player. Yeah.
No, if you know the rules, you know how to manipulate the system a little bit, right?
That's what it was. Yeah.
Hey, make the rules clear.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. So an FHA loan. Okay, so the FHA has other types of loans available with adjustable rate mortgages and all kinds of other loans available too. But they're only meant for owner-occupied 1 to 4 family homes. That can't be an investor doing that. Okay. And all FHA loans have to have an amendatory clause in it that says what? If the house is not appraised for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty and not be considered in breach of contract.
Mhm.
Now check this out though. FHA does have lending limits. And here, I put a link here for you guys to the HUD website. And I'm gonna click on the link and I'm gonna show you guys. Waiting for the website to open. Hold on. There we go. So this is the this is the HUD's website. Okay, FHA does everything through HUD. Actually, I think the FHA does have a website of their own now too. It's not FHA.com. Okay, that's a fake site. That's not a government site. Let's see. The FHA mortgage limits are this. They limit it based on county. So let's go to New Jersey. And let's just search New Jersey. We could see the lending limits in all the counties in New Jersey in the fiscal year of 2021. All right. There are more expensive counties and there's cheaper counties. You see they have lending limits, maximum lending limits for 1 family, 2 family, 3 family, and 4 family. And here's what the median price in that county is for homes. Atlantic is one of the cheaper counties, okay? If you, let's see, let's go to Union County for a second. Where's Union? Okay, here's Union County right here. Union County is where I live. That's in one of the more expensive ones. For a 1-family house, they'll lend up to $822,375. For 2 family, 3 family, and 4 family. And the average mean sale price is $960,000 in Union County. You see that some counties are cheaper than others. Look at this one. This county, what is this? Warren County has an average $235,000 sale price. So that's why they have lower lending limits. Okay. See, different counties have different lending amounts.
What's Middlesex?
For Middlesex, Middlesex is also one of the more expensive counties, I believe. Where is it? Here it is. $822,375 for 1 family, 2 family, 3 family, 4 family. And here's the average mean sale price in Middlesex County. Okay. So if you got a client that's going to be getting a loan to buy a house and they want to use an FHA loan, well, if it's a 1-family house and it's in, if it's in Ocean County, it can't be more than $431,000. Otherwise, you're not going to use an FHA loan to get it. You have to use a conventional or some other loan. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So beware of that. FHA, New Jersey loan limits by county. I have that link right here.
Okay.
And if they're going to be buying a condominium, FHA, the condo complex has to be approved. So let me click on that.
Oh, the whole complex? Okay.
Yeah. Now, these approvals are only good for 20 years. Then the complex needs to get reapproved. First of all, the FHA wants to make sure that in order to get approved for FHA loans, they have to use certain minimum standard construction materials to get approved for FHA loans. And then the majority of the units have to be owner occupied. They cannot be rented because they're trying to protect home buyers using the FHA loans, because if the majority of the units in a complex are renter occupied, the property values won't maintain well. Because who takes better care of their property, a renter or an owner?
Owner.
An owner. Okay. So if it's mostly renters, the property values probably are not going to stay up there over the long term. So let's take a look at this now. Let's look at New Jersey. And then let's look by county, Middlesex. Okay. We're not just even looking in a town. We're looking in the whole county. Okay. So you could see This one, this complex was approved, but it expired. This one is in Edison, I believe, Tanglewood. Nope, South Brunswick. Okay. Approved, but expired. So this one has to be, you know, this one's got to be at least 20 years old. Yeah. 1990, 20 years old. So unless somebody goes there, it could always get reapproved again for FHA loans. You just got to run it through the application process again. And when the borrower is applying for an FHA loan, the management there has to fill out paperwork, and certain statistics need to be filled out in the application in order to be able to get an FHA loan through it. Well, look at these. A lot of these are expired. Here's some approved. Here's some that are rejected because they're missing documents or incomplete package submission. You see that?
I see Aspen. That's right. That's
Yeah.
by me around the corner. So they're pretty much new. So
no, they're not. They've been around. Aspen's been around for a long time, you know, but they've been rejected because it looks like somebody applied for an FHA loan last in 2018 there to try to resubmit the package for it to get approved, but it was missing documentation, so it was rejected. They never followed up. They probably changed their mind and said, I'll use a conventional loan.
Okay.
So that's the only reason why it was rejected, because it was missing information. Okay, look, withdrawn with comments. Okay, that's Aspen again. Okay, oh, this is a different Aspen.
Oh yeah,
it was in Plainsboro. Here's Aspen Manor in Woodbridge, approved but expired. You know, check this out. There's a lot of condos in Edison, right? So let's look up Edison. See how many complexes are approved there. Rejected, expired, 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 withdrawn, rejected, expired, 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 rejected, expired, 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 withdrawn, rejected, expired, rejected. None.
Wow.
Not a single condo complex, and there's tons of them in Edison.
Yeah, they are.
Are you going to get an FHA loan with, unless you get it approved again? I guess nobody wants to wait, because you could get conventional loans right now just as easy as you can with FHA that require low down payment too, just like the FHA program. So people are like, why am I going to deal with submitting an FHA approval process and go through all that bullshit when I could just get a conventional loan? So I'll just get a conventional loan. So until somebody wants to really get it with an FHA loan right now, and they go through the whole approval process, nobody's gonna be able to buy a condo there with it. Just throwing that out there for you. So I got these resources on the slideshow, and they're also, these links are also in the class links Word document. All right.
Now, question, who does these, like all these, who files all these things, like the client, the agent, or the
borrower? Yep, the borrower's mortgage rep will file that paperwork with the FHA, but they need to get the paperwork filled out by the complex. So the lender will give you, the borrower, that paperwork that you then have to give to the complex management to fill out. And they need to get all the paperwork and applications back to us. And they're probably not going to be tripping over themselves to do it right now, dropping everything they're doing. So they'll probably take time in doing it. So it's probably going to take a bit of time. You know, that's probably why a lot of these complexes have not been resubmitted and filled out.
Right, okay.
All right, so VA loans. A VA loan is a Veterans Administration loan. Okay, they're guaranteed by the Department of Veterans Affairs. They're intended for veteran owner or co-owner occupied 1 to 4 family dwellings. The VA guarantees 25% of the loan to the lender in the event that they default, the veteran defaults on the repayment of the loan. Therefore, no down payment is required, because it's as if the borrower put down 25%. So that means they also don't have to carry PMI. So 100% financing the veteran can get on these loans.
Mhm.
Because the VA doesn't lend the money, the local bank does. And because 25% of that money is guaranteed from the military, from the VA, it's as if the borrower put down 25%. So they're not worried about it. So the VA, just like the FHA, does have lending limits depending on the county that you're in. But those lending limits will vary between 424 and 726 for a single family home. And they will lend for 1 to 4 family dwellings only. At least one of the owners or co-owners have to be a veteran. You have to have that special amendatory clause added into their contract as well. It says if the property doesn't appraise for the purchase price, the veteran can get out of the contract without penalty. And the appraisal for a VA loan is called the CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. That will be on exam. You need to know, what do you call an appraisal for a VA loan? The way I tell a lot of people to remember this is just remember the Honda CRV, the car. And for some reason, they never forget it now because they always think about the car, Honda CRV. So what do you call an appraisal statement for a VA loan? They think of the car, Honda CRV. So a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people remember it because of that.
I got one of those back in the day.
So you're not going to forget it then, huh?
No, I won't.
So what do you call an appraisal statement for a veteran's loan?
CRV.
CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. There you go. Now, discount points can be paid by the seller, the buyer, or they can be shared by both if they're required on a loan. The veteran has to pay a funding fee. It's like an application fee for the loan. But they could get the seller to pay it, or the funding fee would vary too. If you're a disabled veteran, they waive the fee. There is no funding fee for disabled veterans. But reservists and National Guardsmen pay higher funding fees. Okay. Now, it depends on the eligibility requirements too. Who could qualify for veterans loans? Now, this stuff was recently, they did some voting in New Jersey pertaining to this, which giving veterans or people in the military benefits. When we did our last election, remember one of the side votes on the side? It was to give veterans benefits to people serving in the military, to everybody that serves in the military.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Now, we already have benefits for everybody in the military, but they have a requirement. They had to have served at least in some capacity for a period of time. Why is Congress trying to change this? They're trying to give veterans benefits to everybody now in the military, which I don't think is fair.
To everybody?
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that. They should only give all these veterans benefits to veterans who have actually served our nation. Look, it's not like they got to serve their whole life in there. Look, in order to qualify for all the veterans benefits, the health benefits, the education, college funding benefits, the loans for buying a house, in order to qualify for these benefits, they only had to serve 90 consecutive days. That's 3 months of active duty during wartime, or 6 months, 181 days of active service during peacetime.
Wow.
So why did we pass legislation to give everybody benefits? So basically you could go in there for 1 day, you get benefits.
Pretty much.
Why did we do that?
That's a smack in the face to those that been through war, those that it's just
or even just put in 6 months of time.
Yeah, that's 6 months of time. Like, really? You can't compare to me. I've been in here 20 years or whatever, 10, 5, I don't know.
A lot of things can happen in those 3 months or 6 months to any person that is in a war zone.
Hold on a second. But that's why we're giving them benefits. That's why we give them all these benefits, because they're risking they're risking their lives. They're fighting for our country, or
I think it's fair.
themselves out there available to, right? So they deserve these benefits without a doubt. I'm not arguing that without a doubt they deserve these benefits, okay? The thing I'm arguing is this recent vote that we did during the last election, they did not clearly state there. Why are we giving these benefits? They already have the benefits. Congress was doing something funky here, guys, and I just don't trust them here. All right. Why are you giving benefits when they're already there?
Yeah.
You're trying to give benefits to people who didn't even serve 6 months. Look, you could have served only 1 month and gotten hurt. Well, you know what? You're entitled to the benefits.
Right.
So that's not addressing those people. So what is that vote that you just voted for? And they worded it in a way that kind of like skirts the truth. Now, it has to deal with money. Anytime Congress is dealing with this kind of stuff for additional benefits or for benefits, but now they want to expand who they're giving it to, I got a mistrust for them. I don't know about you guys, but they're doing something, you know?
I feel you on that. You can't, that,
So anyway, there's 90 consecutive days for peacetime, for wartime, 6 months for peacetime, 6 years if you're a reservist or in the National Guard. But look, we have a shortage of military people. So the reservists, the National Guard are often being called out to serve on front lines. But if that's the case, well, they don't have to serve 6 years. Then that means that they're serving in active duty. So they could get those benefits in 3 months.
Right.
Right. So once again, why are we making this, changing the rules here? Doesn't make sense. Loans can be assumed. They're not required to be a veteran to assume a VA loan. All right, so do you need to be a veteran to get a VA loan?
Yes.
Yes. But do you need to be a veteran to take over a VA loan, to assume one? No.
No.
No, you could be a spouse, I think.
No, you don't need to be a veteran at all. To assume a loan, that means to take it over. So let's say you're a veteran and you qualified for a VA loan. You bought a house with a VA loan. And now you sell it to me and say, hey, you could just take over my loan. But I'm not a veteran. It's all right, you don't need to be, as long as you qualify for the loan. Okay? So for exams, does the VA insure loans or guarantee them?
They guarantee them.
Guarantee.
They guarantee 25% of the loan.
Yes.
And does VA have to have that special amendatory clause? Says if the house doesn't appraise for the purchase price, the veteran can get out of the contract without penalty?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they do. What do we call a VA appraisal statement?
CRV.
CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. Do you need to be a veteran to get a VA loan?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Do you need to be a veteran in order to assume a VA loan to take it over?
No, you
No.
don't.
No. Boom. That's all you need to know for exams.
Bam.
That's all. That's enough. I know it's a lot more additional stuff, but here, let me make these links clickable on here. So here's some resources for veterans. Oh, by the way, I also threw in a movie here. Do you guys also want to watch a comedy this weekend?
Yeah.
I am shocked how many people never heard of this.
Right.
I guess I'm showing my age. Yeah, you guys ever hear of Stripes? The movie Stripes? It's a Bill Murray comedy. You know, the guy from Ghostbusters? Bill Murray, the comedian?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of youngsters, this movie came out before they were born that are probably in this class. So, guys, you'll find this movie hilarious if you watch it. It's called Stripes. It's a funny as hell comedy. So, if anybody's never seen it, look it up. Amazon, Fire TV, whatever, Netflix, whatever. You could probably watch it for free. Stripes. It's a great comedy. You'll love it. It's funny as hell.
It's a
Yeah,
good-
my husband likes that one. He watches it over and over.
I've
Never
watched
sit
that.
down-
I
I
must have
never
watched
sit
that movie.
down.
I must have watched that movie 20 times. That movie is great.
Yeah.
That movie's great. All right, guys. Let's see. We have a New Jersey home buyers program called the NJHMFA. I spoke to you a little bit about before. They offer loans to people at below market interest rates with little or no down payment requirement to qualified buyers, not investors, so they have to be owner occupants, who live in urban target areas. Okay, so
Oh, yeah.
exam question. NJHMFA gives loans to people in what target areas?
Urban.
Urban?
Urban areas.
What's an urban area?
That's dense, a densely
Low
populated
income?
area.
The city, densely populated areas, right?
Oh, populated.
So the NJHMFA does not lend money, once again. It's just a government program that they insure the loan through certain approved lenders for the different loan programs that they offer. And I have some links here to the different NJHMFA websites that they have that may have flyers. One of these websites has the flyer that shows all the different types of loan programs they have for people, for first-time home buyers, for police, for fire, for teachers, for people who live where they work, live at home, for work from home, people who travel to work in off-peak hours to relieve congestion on our roads. So they come up with a lot of different programs like that. The NJ Smart Start program, that's their program for first-time home buyers, and it works like this. Let me skip to the next slide just for a moment. I'll come right back. It works like this. It's for first-time home buyers.
Okay.
They give you a loan to buy the house and for the down payment and closing costs. So the buyer must take a class that teaches them teaches you how to do basic repairs around the house. And it tells you how to balance a checkbook and manage your finances.
Oh, wow.
Because they figure you're a first-time home buyer, they want you to be able to learn how to balance your checkbook, learn how to pay bills and stuff, and be financially responsible. And they're going to teach you how to do basic repairs around the house. You know, if the sink is leaking, they don't want you to have to pay a plumber, and now you get these big bills for somebody to come out and help you fix a leak that you could have simply replaced a washer on it yourself. So they teach you how to do some basic repairs, how to replace an air filter, how to replace an oil filter if you have an oil heating system, how to just do basic service functions to do basic repairs. That's what that class.
That's the requirement. You have to do it regardless.
You have to do it. Yeah, you have to do it if you want to get in this program.
Okay.
And so the second loan for the down payment and closing cost is at a much higher interest rate. But check this out. You don't have to pay it back if you live in the house for at least 5 years.
Are those you're saying that's for people who buy the second home, or what do you
No,
mean
this
by
is
second loan?
no. This is for your first time. This program is the NJ Smart Start. That's for first time home buyers.
Yeah, but what it doesn't mean when you
Second
put
loan.
the second loan.
Yeah.
They give you one loan to buy the house.
Okay.
Now, when you buy the house, you have to have down payment still. You got to have some of your own money to put down. And you got to have closing costs for the coming year's taxes and insurance, right? Well, they'll give you a loan, a second loan, for the down payment money and closing costs.
Okay. So you don't have to have all those down payment money and closing
No, so
costs.
basically you could buy a house with 100% financing.
I heard of that, but I never went through the whole thing like this.
Now that second loan though, for that money for the down payment and the closing costs, it's at a higher interest rate. But if you live in that house for at least 5 years, you don't have to pay any of that second loan back that was for money for the down payment and closing costs.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's a self-liquidating loan. They call self-liquidating loans that they die out, right? So if you live in that house, the way it works is like this. If you live in the if you sell the property after living in it for 5 years, you pay none of the money back on that second loan that was used for the down payment and closing costs. If you sell it after 4 years, you pay back 25%. 3 years, 50%. 2 years, 75. 1 year or less, you got to pay back that entire second loan that was used for the down payment and closing costs. That's fair,
Yeah, it's fair. Pretty. I like that.
right? So it's a program that's put out there to help you get into home ownership. And they teach you a basic repair class and how to balance a checkbook and stuff. That's fair enough. Considering they require no down payment and the interest rate on the loan is often below market interest rates.
And then it's also like a long process like the FHA, or it's just quicker.
Well, it is a loan process too, but it's,
Okay.
look,
Yeah.
it's a lot easier to get into. Look, they offer below market interest rate loans. So let's say to get a house right now, let's say if the loan is 4% out there, that's the lowest that you could get. They'll give it to you lower than that.
Oh, wow.
It's below market rate loans. So look at that. You get a super low interest rate loan. They teach you how to do some basic repairs and balance a checkbook. Okay. They give you the loan for the down payment and closing costs, and you don't have to pay it back if you live in the house for at least 5 years. That's not a bad deal for a first-time home buyer, right?
No, not at all.
Not at all. And they got the super low interest rate. Duh, sign me up.
Yeah.
Hold on. I also see it says you have to live in an urban target area.
Yeah.
It's an urban target area. But what is urban target area? You know what? The urban target area is the city area. But you know what? What is city? Just about everything around here is city. I mean, our urban areas and suburban areas kind of mix.
Yeah.
You know, so I've seen people get these loans in areas that I would consider suburban, but are still considered urban by their standards.
Yeah, because remember me and you talked before, I asked you about Piscataway. I never thought this was urban.
Well, the thing is, what is considered urban? Population.
Yeah, population.
And New Jersey is one of the most densely populated states in the nation anyway. So most of our areas are really kind of urban, even our suburbia, unless you're talking about these areas where you've got huge lots, you know, then the people are living a little further apart. But I mean, if you got a 50 by 100 lot, I mean, the place where I live, I would probably consider suburban, but they probably consider urban still.
Yeah, I would have said your area was suburban.
But they probably still consider it urban because of the population in the area. Look, right down the street from me, there's apartment buildings, you know, there's condos a couple blocks away, you know. So it's actually in an urban area.
And I call Piscataway rural because, you know, we got farms out here. We don't have no sidewalks, some areas. Me coming from the urban area, I said, well, this is a rural area. But then when you told me, no, it's
it don't matter what you think. It matters what they think, right? So you got to go by whatever their guidelines are. So check their guidelines, you know, don't assume anything. Right? All right, so here's some resources I gave you, a phone number for them, 1-800-NJ-HOUSE, or njhousing.gov is like a consumer-friendly site, and they have these other sites as well. They're all from the NJHMFA. So check out all those resources. And look, these are all resources you can put on your websites too, guys. All right, REC-D is the formerly called the Farmer Home Loan Association. They give loans to people who live in rural areas like farmland or out in the country. All right. They're for low income and first time home buyers. They're subsidized with interest rates as low as 1%.
Wow.
Let that sink in for a second. Interest rates as low as 1%. So for modest priced homes, so not for buying mansions, okay? they're loans directly. The loans come directly from the Department of Agriculture. So you don't necessarily even get the loan from a bank. You can get it directly from the Department of Agriculture. And 100% financing at that.
Wow.
100% financing at a 1% interest rate. And I don't have to listen to my neighbor cranking the music or waking me up in the middle of the night. Right? Throwing crazy parties, whatever. Unless I'm not invited to. All right. So here's some resources for the USDA where you get these loans from. And you'd be surprised what they consider to be rural.
Really?
You know New Brunswick, where New Brunswick is?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, as you cross through New Brunswick, you go into Somerset. It's actually considered Franklin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right over there. That's still urban, isn't it?
I thought so.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They actually consider it rural.
What?
Really?
Not
But
even
then
suburban.
it's a lot of farmland out here. So
No.
that's
I'm
why
not talking way out there. I'm talking about like right on the other, as soon as you exit New Brunswick.
Oh,
A lot of
Oh,
that,
yeah,
farms
that
over there,
area.
though.
that's urban as hell.
Yeah.
There's no farms there.
No,
The farms
It
don't
doesn't
start
have to
until
be.
you go further into Somerset.
It doesn't have to be farm. It goes by population density overall. So they just take that whole area and they combine it with the, I guess, the whole town or the whole section of town. I don't know exactly how they do it, but if they add that population that's densely populated over there, but they put it into that whole town, I guess, or the whole section of town.
That's like River Road over there. It's fieldy.
Yeah, well, they put it there. It's considered rural, and you could get 100% financing to buy there still.
wow.
Look, they got a map there. But you got to plug in the property's address. They won't just tell you. It used to be that you could pull up their rural population density map, but now they put like these controls on it that you have to plug in an address that you're looking for first, and then then their map will come up, and then you could pan it around. And they got a shaded area is the area that's considered rural, and the other areas are not. You know, where you could get the loans. So interesting, guys. Interesting.
Wow.
All right. So
Good to know.
we already went over this slide, and then we got the Rec D, and there's those resources again, and we're done with this chapter. So let's highlight the stuff because we went over a lot of slides and we didn't highlight stuff. So let me save it, close out that slide. Let's do some highlighting in the book to get caught up, and then we're going to do the next chapter. All right. So page 245. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, 244. You guys have anything highlighted there?
No.
Okay, so let's get started. Highlight under FHA insured loans, Federal Housing Administration, FHA. Then on the next line, neither builds homes nor lends money itself. Rather, it insures loans on real property made by approved lending institutions. Then on the line below it, highlight, it does insure the lender against loss. Then on the line beneath it, loans that are not made by the agency but insured by it. Then in the next paragraph, one line up from the bottom, highlight, they require low down payment. And right there, 3.5%. Right? 3.5% is the minimum down payment requirement for an FHA, right?
Yes.
Then under 203B, we're going to highlight the first sentence. Most widely used FHA loans, the 203B program that may be placed on 1 to 4 family residences that are owner occupied, right? Then next paragraph, An upfront single mortgage insurance premium, MIP, is charged at closing. I like that. Check this out. That one-time upfront insurance premium,
Mhm.
you don't have to pay it up front. You could add it into the loan.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, I think that's
yeah.
what he was asking. I think Roberto asked that. Could you add
Oh,
it into the
Oh, I'm
loan?
sorry if I missed that before. Yeah, it can be wrapped into the loan itself. And then you also pay a monthly payment on it too, on
Mhm.
top of that.
Maybe paid.
I think it's horrible.
Horrible.
Yeah, but you know, it doesn't require a lot of money to get down into. A conventional loan requires 20% down usually. FHA, only 3.5.
Yeah, but if you don't refinance that adds up like crazy.
Yeah. But it's easy way for you to get into the housing though, you know?
Yeah. Sure.
And then as soon as you build up a little bit of equity, refinance and get the hell out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So highlight the FHA allows any or all down payment and closing costs to be a gift, not a loan from the borrower's relatives. And then the last line in that same paragraph, just highlight, seller's concession may not exceed 6% of the loan. Now it's not written here, but I remember it being on exam though. When can the that MIP insurance premium be dropped on the FHA loan? When
That's
equity,
78% of equity is there.
when equity reaches 78%.
78%.
Okay. Now, when can it be dropped on a conventional loan?
20%.
20%.
But it,
20%.
it'll
And when
automatically
must it
drop
be
at
dropped?
22.
When it reaches 22.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to have you write at the last paragraph above where it says estimate of value, above that, at the end of that paragraph, I made a note for myself here. I wrote, if equity reaches 78%, you know, because when can, wait, what does it say? It says, the FHA requires most borrowers who make at least a 10% down payment continue to pay annual premiums for the life of the loan up to 30 years. The only way to cancel the MIP is to pay off the loan or refinance. Or if equity reaches 78% and the buyer put down 10%
Mm-hmm.
when they got the loan after 11 years of having it. So when can MIP be dropped other than refinancing? If the buyer, once equity reaches 78%, if they put down at least 10%, but only after 11 years.
If they put down.
It's either one or it has to be the three of them.
Well, these are different ways that it can be dropped. You could drop it by, see, the book says you could only drop it.
I thought it was both or three.
Well, it says FHA requires the borrower who made less than 10% down payment to continue paying annual premiums for the life of the loan up to 30 years. The only way to cancel the annual MIP is to pay off the loan or refinance. Well, that's not true. You could have it dropped if you put down at least 10%. See, they kind of worded backwards, so it's not that obvious. They wrote if you made less than 10% down payment when you bought it. So in other words, if you put down at least 10%,
Correct.
when you pay down at least 78% of the loan,
Or you
Mhm.
live the 11 after 11
And
years.
after having the loan for at least 11 years,
All three.
it could be dropped.
Right.
Yeah.
It could drop.
But the best way of probably getting rid of it is to refinance off of it.
Mhm.
You know, why wait till it gets 78% equity when you could refinance and get rid of that insurance after 20,
After
Right.
20.
right?
Right.
So there you go. All right. So under estimate of value, in the second paragraph, highlight FHA allows down payments as low as 3.5%. Now, I'm not going to have you highlight that it requires a 620 minimum credit score because that's false. The FHA has no credit score requirement.
Okay.
Oh.
That's crazy.
It's your local lender that does
Uh-huh.
because they're lending their money.
Right.
They could put some restrictions in there, be like, hell, wait a minute, we're not lending to people with a 500 credit score now. But they can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
It depends on them.
Now, the lowest that I've ever seen anybody get an FHA loan with was probably 580 credit score.
Oh wow.
See, you can still get, loans with the lower credit scores. And look, remember I told you FHA didn't have their own website? I think they do now, but so FHA. I think it's FHA.gov. Yeah, FHA.gov. So FHA does have their own website now at FHA.gov. This is new. Not FHA.com though. Like if you just do a Google search and you search FHA, let me see one of these loans, one of these websites that come back here. It's like totally misleading. It makes it try to seem like it's an FHA website. FHA.com. Yeah. Here, let me show it to you really quick. If you go to FHA.com, it takes you here. I mean, it looks cartoonish, right? This is actually a lender. This is not the FHA. They tell you about all kinds of stuff, but look at this. FHA loan requirements as little as 580 credit score.
oh God.
See, this is a lender that will loan you with as little as 580 credit score through the FHA program.
Mhm.
Now, me personally, I would advise people, if your credit score is 580, you need to get your credit in shape first. You know? Unless your credit score went down because you got foreclosed on or you did a short sale. Maybe you did a short sale. And so your credit got all banged up through that whole short sale process, which dragged out and took forever. So maybe your credit score went down like that. But now all your debts are cleared up and now you're going to be paying everything on time and your credit score is still just low like that. But it's not, your debt to income ratio is okay. Sure, go ahead, buy a house with a 580 credit score. But the only problem is you're not going to get the best interest rate. Keep that in mind because they call it risk-based lending for a reason. Anyway, this is not a government website. The new FHA website is actually FHA.gov. There's also ones called FHA VA loans or something like that, not government website. This one actually is. Federal Housing Administration, FHA.gov.gov. Here, buy a HUD home. You know what a HUD home is? It's somebody who had an FHA loan that got foreclosed on. And now they're HUD homes. We cannot call them foreclosures because they're not foreclosures. They're now HUD owned. They don't want that negative connotation following it around. All right. All right, let's see. Let's do the key terms to review for, let's do key terms to review. Oh, wait. No, not, we're still highlighting. Oh my God, let me focus. All right. Last thing you highlighted was FHA down payments as low as 3.5%. Next paragraph, highlight FHA borrowers are allowed to finance a portion of their closing costs. Then highlight the last sentence. FHA sets top limits on its loans depending on the price levels in different areas of the country. And remember, I showed you they're set by county. See HUD website. So at the end of that, right, where it says different areas of the country, say by county, see HUD website. Remember that chart that I showed you, the link that I sent you, right? For the HUD, you could see the HUD lending limits by county.
I'm sorry, you said set by county, see what?
HUD, H-U-D, HUD's website.
Okay, thanks.
Because they've got different lending amounts that for 1, 2, 3, 4 family, depending on what county you live in. All right. Next page, repair requirements. You know, they're required to be in good repair. If the house has got lead paint that's peeling on it on the outside or inside, you're not going to get a FHA loan. If the railing is loose, you're not going to get an FHA loan. If the front steps are cracked, you're not going to get an FHA loan. If the dishwasher is leaking, you're not going to get an FHA loan. If the house does not have a stove in the kitchen, or the stove's not working, you're not going to get an FHA loan. See, so they're looking for certain things being in decent repair. So it does have minimum repair requirements. All right, it also has an occupancy requirement. It's only for owner occupied homes, right? So under occupancy requirement, highlight borrower must intend to occupy the property. And on the next line, we're going to highlight the last sentence. No prepayment penalties are charged if an FHA loan is paid off before the end of the term.
Wait, can you go back? What are you under now?
Same paragraph.
Okay.
In the under occupancy requirements, you highlighted borrower must intend to occupy the property, and then highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph.
Okay. Thank you.
Next paragraph, under assumability. Highlight FHA loan, just those words, FHA loan. And on the same line, towards the end of the line, highlight may be assumed. Don't worry about the dates and where it says an older FHA loan. All FHA loans are assumable. However, older FHA loans can be assumed by anybody that does not have to get pre-qualified for the loan.
Oh, wow.
Newer but those loans are probably paid off by now. Newer FHA loans, they can be assumed, but if they are assumable, the borrower has to still qualify for the loan. So why the hell would you get it, assume an FHA loan? Just get your own. Then go down to other FHA programs. And the third paragraph, highlight the first sentence. FHA 203K mortgages allow one loan to cover both the purchase price and extensive rehabilitation work, like I showed you in that picture.
The purchase price and what?
And extensive rehabilitation work.
That was the one wall that the guy kept, right?
Yeah. Well, extensive rehabilitation work was building the whole house around that wall.
Right. Smart.
And then highlight the last paragraph there. For either FHA or VA loans, an amendatory clause must be included that states if the house is not appraised for the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Although they worded it a little bit differently. All right, now under VA GI loans, we're going to highlight in the second sentence, the VA guarantees up to 25% of the loan. No down payment is required. So what does that mean? 100% financing. Then in the next paragraph, end of the first line, we're going to highlight only for owner-occupied property owned or co-owned by the veteran. Or intended only for owner or co-owner occupied. So VA mortgages, they used to call them GI loans. Some people refer to that as general infantry or general issue. Okay, everybody got issued the same equipment. Next page, 246. We're going to highlight that statement there that you see in bold. A VA appraisal is called a CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. Then go down to assumability at the bottom of the page and highlight a VA mortgage loan. A VA mortgage loan may be assumed by the next owner if the of the property who need not be a veteran. Then highlight the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency, NJHMFA, on the next page, 247. Offers below market interest loans with little or no down payment to qualified buyers who purchase homes in urban target areas, and then underline urban target area.
You said a part of this was going to be on the exam. Which part do you recall?
What are you referring to?
For New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. You said something about the exam.
What did I tell you to underline?
I forgot. That's why I was asking you now.
I just told you now.
No.
Urban target areas.
No. No. Not now, like before, like not too long ago, maybe about 15 minutes
It was the
ago.
same thing. Urban target area. Where do they give loans to people?
Oh, okay.
Urban target areas. That's all you got to know.
Okay.
Okay. So the NJHMFA gives loans to people with little or no down payment requirements. In what areas?
Urban target.
Urban target area.
That's it. Study that.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I missed it. Okay.
All right. Now, farmer home loan. Well, you don't got to highlight anything there, but they give loans to people in rural areas. Page 248. Let's do the key terms to review.
Ooh.
All right. All right. Low down payment insured mortgage loan. Low down payment insured mortgage loan.
FHA.
FHA 203B. 14 is A. Insured loan with monthly payments including property taxes and the insurance.
Budget.
Budget loan, 8 is B. Mortgage that can be taken over by the next buyer.
Assumable 5.
It is assumable, 5 is C. A VA appraisal statement.
Certified.
CRV.
Value.
12 is D, the certificate of reasonable value, CRV. 12 is D. Highest interest rate ever allowed on a specific adjustable loan.
The
That's the
ceiling?
ceiling.
Ceiling, 11 is E. Listing of each payment, interest, principal paid, remaining debt.
Amortization schedule?
Yeah.
3 is F, the amortization schedule. Payment of extra points in return for a lower interest rate.
Oh, payment. Is it BPO?
Buy down.
9 is G, a buy down.
Go ahead.
States that the buyer getting an FHA loan can rescind the contract if the appraisal is lower than the purchase price.
You can amend it. That
Amendatory clause?
2 is H, the amendatory clause. A percentage beyond which interest rate cannot be raised at adjustment.
with a cap on it.
The cap.
10 is I, the cap. A plan with interest rate changed either up or down periodically.
That's that arm.
That's the arm, adjustable rate mortgage.
Yep. 1 is J, the adjustable rate mortgage. A repayment plan, including principal payments, gradually reducing debt.
Biweekly mortgage. Is it? No? A payment plan?
A repayment plan,
Oh, the
including
repayment. That's the amortized.
loan.
That's the amortized loan.
amortized loan. 4 is K. A repayment plan, the equivalent of 13 monthly payments per year.
That's the
Biweekly
biweekly.
mortgage.
6 is L, the biweekly mortgage. A United States agency that insures mortgages to protect lending institutions.
FHA.
13 is M. FHA insures loans, but they don't make the loans, right?
Federal-
Right.
Yeah.
Written estimate of value by a real estate licensee.
BPO, that brokers,
Maker's price opinion. BPO, 7 is N, correct. Key terms 2.
Ooh,
Charge for the use of other people's money.
interest.
2 is A, interest. A guide to national mortgage trends used for adjustable rate mortgages.
Index.
1 is B. They tie it to some sort of an index, which is usually the 1-year US Treasury bill, right? 1 is B.
Mhm.
Lender of low interest money in certain areas.
NJH, MFA.
FA, yep. The NJHMFA, 5 is C. Mortgage payment, including interest, amortization, and certain other expenses.
Pity.
Pity loan, 6 is D. And what's a pity loan also known as?
Principal, interest, tax, and insurance.
Okay, but what is a pity loan also known as? Not what does pity stand for,
Oh,
but
a budget something.
budget loan, a budget loan.
Yeah.
Correct. 6 is D. All right. Mortgage with payment of interest only. What do we call an interest only loan?
Straight.
Straight loan. 9 is E. A loan guaranteed by the federal government.
VA.
11 is F. VA loan. Neighborhoods in which the state wishes to strengthen housing stock.
That's the target area they just talked about, right?
10 is G, target area. 1% of the loan amount charged as an extra upfront interest when the loan is made.
A point.
It is a point. 7 is H. Percentage charged by the lender above the index rate.
Yeah.
They went above that margin.
Yeah.
It's a margin, correct. 4 is I. Percentage of a property's market value that may be borrowed.
Loan to value ratio.
There we go, the LTV. 3 is J. Protection for the lender on low down payment mortgage loans.
That private mortgage.
Private mortgage insurance.
PMI, private mortgage insurance. 8 is K. Lender agrees to hold the interest rate for a certain period of time.
The rate
Lock
lock.
that rate in.
They lock it in. 4 is L. Is that L? Yeah, that's L. Difference between the current value and money owed.
Equity.
Equity. 12 is M. Explanation of financing terms.
That's that home loan Toolkit.
The toolkit, the toolkit.
Yeah.
13 is N, the toolkit. All righty.
It's been a long day.
I know it. I know it.
A long day.
Let's see if we can try to get through as much more as we can.
Oh.
We got about 25 minutes. Purchase money mortgage, chapter 15. What is a purchase money mortgage? Don't tell me you guys do not know this.
Money
Mortgage money purchase.
mortgage money purchased.
So what is it?
Money to
Mortgage
purchase.
money purchased.
So what does that mean?
That's a loan, right? Or
Any loan used to buy real estate.
yeah.
A purchase money mortgage, mortgage money to purchase. It's any loan that's used to buy real estate.
Real estate.
Okay. So, look at this. Still says 13th edition. We got to change that there. There we go. All better. My stuff is more custom anyway. Mine should be like 14 and a half edition.
Right?
14th and a half edition.
Or 14th
Yeah.
edition improved.
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 All right. So let's see. Chapter 15, financing to primary and secondary markets. Let me ask you a question. What is a primary market?
That's the that's where the loans are generated. They generated through the primary.
They originated
Originated, yeah.
To do what?
for purchasing a property.
For purchasing. So primary market is where loans are originated to purchase real estate. So what's the secondary market?
That's
Where
when they
they're
buy
bought
out
by
the primary.
investors, the
So
investors
that's where those loans are resold to investors.
Yeah.
All right, so look at that. We didn't even get past the introductory and we already know what it's about.
All right now.
you make
So we're going to go over a couple things in this chapter. Okay, so how lending works in a nutshell. I had this in a previous chapter. I showed this to you, but I'm going to show it to you again. Banks lend their depositors money with the intent of reselling the loan to get the money back, plus interest paid up front, plus a servicing fee, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Most lenders are not portfolio lenders. That means they're lenders who lend their own money, and they generally don't resell their loans. They keep them within their own investment portfolios.
Mhm.
Loans are originated in the primary market for the purchase of real estate, and then those loans are often resold to investors on what has been called the secondary market. Primary market lenders are sources to borrow money to purchase real estate are mortgage bankers, mortgage brokers, and credit unions. The largest purchasers of loans in the secondary market are Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, that's Fannie's ugly stepsister, and Freddie Mac. Now, I'm telling you this for a reason, because I know sometimes on state exam, they ask some sort of a weird question. They'll give you all these different loan types, and they'll say, which one of these are related?
Ah.
So Fannie and Ginnie are related. Look, they even have the same last name.
So the two female are related then.
Yep, Fannie and Ginnie. Okay,
Why Jenny got to be the ugly one?
because she buys the riskier loans.
Oh, okay.
So that's why she's ugly. Okay,
Call her risky.
she's risky.
Yeah, call her
Yeah.
risky.
Yeah, she's got risky behavior.
Okay.
Leave it at that.
That's good.
So, but with greater risk comes greater reward, the possibility of greater reward, right? Why is that? You could charge a higher interest rate,
Oh, wow.
right? So Fannie Mae, though, they got those strict lending guidelines. They won't lend to people that Ginnie lends to. You know? So Fannie don't put out to the people that Jenny's willing to.
So
Jenny play it safe.
Jenny take anything, huh?
Yeah,
Jenny
Jenny,
play it safe.
yeah.
Yeah,
Fannie plays it safe. Ginny, she puts out.
She just
She risky. That's the risky one, right?
That's it. That's why she's risky. Yep.
yeah, okay.
Put out to anyone, almost.
Almost.
All right. So Fannie Mae, that's why she's Fannie Mae's ugly stepsister. But I tell you what, those loans, they pay out a higher rate of return for their investors, provided they don't default.
Right.
They are risky, right?
Mm-hmm.
People with the lower credit scores, for example, people who don't put down as much money when they're buying. These would all factors, people with higher debt to income ratios. These are all risky factors, right? And then Freddie Mac purchases conventional loans from portfolio lenders who never plan on reselling their loans to begin with. But if they ever do want to sell them, who would buy them? Because they never wrote those loans according to anybody's lending guidelines. They made their own decision who they were going to lend to. Well, Freddie Mac would buy them.
Wow.
Okay, financing techniques. We're going to go over some of that stuff. Well, let's do some highlighting. Let's highlight purchase money mortgage is any mortgage placed when property is bought. Now, sometimes on exam, they'll refer to as seller financing as a purchase money mortgage. Well, look, isn't seller financing used to buy the real estate too? So I guess it still is purchase money mortgage, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's any loan used to buy real estate, but if you get a multiple choice and they throw out their seller financing, well, if it's seller financing, isn't it being used to buy the house? Then it still is a purchase money mortgage. So which one of these is a purchase money mortgage? A reverse mortgage? Home equity line of credit? A loan for buying commercial real estate, or a seller financing?
A loan for buying commercial real estate, right?
No, seller financing.
Oh,
You're using it to buy the real estate. Remember, we're not purchase money mortgages. They don't cover the it's the commercial stuff.
oh, I didn't know that part right there.
Yeah.
Okay, they don't cover the commercial stuff.
All right, so we're going to go over these different types of loan types now. So purchase money mortgage is any mortgage used to purchase real estate, is what I've been saying the whole time along, but really for residential stuff. But
Okay, for residential.
it's any type of loan. Yeah, because commercial loans are there, you get them from investors, from private investors only.
Okay. Okay.
Even when you go to your local bank, they don't lend their own money. They lend their investors money, right? Now, reverse mortgages, on the other hand, these are loans to seniors that are at least 62 or older, so that they could tap into the equity that they have built into their homes when they don't have retirement plans or government pensions that they could rely on the majority of their salary up until they die. All right. Not everybody works for the government or had a pension from some great company that they used to work for. All right. A lot of companies these days don't even offer pensions, right? You have to have your own retirement savings plan, or save up your own money to live off of when you get older. Otherwise, good luck living off of Social Security. You think you can live off Social Security? You got another thing coming. They don't pay much. Although they pay more than they used to, well, the prices of everything has gone up more too, right? Okay, I guess we haven't thought about that yet, but okay. Just pondering where we're at right now in our lives, right? Okay, how much do I got in my bank account? Oh boy, I'm in trouble. What am I gonna do? Hey kids, I'm moving in with you. All right, so it's based on equity that's in the home. So you could get, here, let's start off with this. I gotta grab one of these commercials from TV from the let's see, reverse mortgages. Let's see if they got a commercial there that I could just show you the commercial. What is it? Reverse mortgage.org. Is that their website there? Reversemortgage.org on the bottom of the slide.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So they got a commercial here. Who are these actors that we always see these reverse mortgage commercials from? Damn it. Nope, I'm not seeing it, but hold on. Let me plug it in. Reverse mortgage. Commercial. see if I could pull one up and show you one of these reverse mortgage commercials we always see on TV. I think Tom Selleck is like the news guy, the guy
Yeah,
that
he
does them
is.
nowadays,
He
right?
sure
Yeah.
is.
So look, when I go to the web browser, look, yeah, there's Tom Selleck right there, right? Magnum PI himself, or now he's known for Blue Bloods or whatever it is.
Oh,
All right.
Oh yeah, that's a good. I like Blue
I
Blood.
love that.
So
Yeah, I like that too.
let's look at one of these commercials. You know, and before him, it was that bald guy from SUV. That's him right there. What was his name?
I don't remember him.
You guys remember him? He used to be the district the district attorney's boss in
Oh yeah.
in Law and Order.
Yeah.
All right. But he died. Fred Thompson. All right. And before him, I forget who the hell it was before him. But anyway, nowadays it is Tom Selleck that does these commercials. So let's take a look at one of his commercials and see what he exactly, if they'll show it. Come on.
Are there any good reverse mortgages? Isn't it?
Well, where
You
you
were in images. Go to
you don't what? Hold on.
No, you were in images. That's why you couldn't.
Yeah, I was in images. Thank you. Okay, so let's just see one of their commercials and see what he says in this commercial.
I know what you're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I thought what you thought. Some things are just too good to be true. Just like you, I thought that reverse mortgages had to have some kind of catch, just a way for the banks to get your house, right? Well, then I did some homework and I found out it's not any of that. It's not another way for the bank to get your house. And it's also not too good to be true. A reverse mortgage loan is a simple idea, really. You turn your home's equity into cash and you pay it back when you leave the house. Most people use the money to pay off their existing mortgage or pay some bills, cover medical costs, even update their home. And just as importantly, you still own your home and you make no monthly mortgage payments. It's a loan designed just for older Americans, and it's helped hundreds of thousands to live a more stable, secure retirement and stay in the home they love.
AAG is the leader in reverse mortgages. Call us today for your free information kit. It will answer all your questions.
I don't want that to turn into a commercial here, but basically, he gave you the gist of the program, what it does, okay? I think it was Fred Thompson, his version of the commercial, that actually talked about how this program came about, okay? So he talks about, in 1980s, Ronald Reagan created a program that allowed seniors to pull the equity that they have built into their homes so that they could live out their senior years in dignity. All right. Now, this version of the commercial just talked about really what you could do with the loan and how you could take it out, what you could use it for, and that the best part is you still own the home and you don't have to pay the money back until you sell the home.
Mm-hmm.
So, or die. He didn't say that. Okay. I think Fred Thompson's commercial also says that. I think they got a little bit softer and a little more politically correct there so that they don't offend nobody. Okay. So basically what happens is you're a senior citizen, unless you've got a nest egg that you've been saving up to live off of when you retire, you're going to be trying to scrape by on Social Security. And back in the 80s, I was a kid and I remember watching the news on TV, and there was a bunch of these incidents where you see the newscasters were going out there and they were like, well, senior citizens, we didn't have all these discount drug programs available to them where they could get their medication at a discount or free if they couldn't afford it. That was all thanks to Montel Williams. You guys remember who that guy was? He used to be a talk show host. He was a Marine. He was also a talk show host, and he started negotiating because politicians weren't doing it. He went out and negotiated with drug companies for, hey, poor people and that can't, and seniors that can't afford this medication. He created a lot of these programs that they could get their medication at discounted rates or for free if they can't afford it. Because there was a rash of these programs and people did not get a lot of savings when they're older and they're relying on a couple $100 a month to live off of from Social Security. And now they have to decide, do I buy food?
Yeah.
Or do I pay for my medication that I need to live?
Yeah.
So they bought the medication they needed to live, and then you'd see them there petting their cat. And they're like, well, they got cat food, and they're saying if the cat food is nutritious enough for the cat to live off of,
Yeah.
that's not dignified way to live out your senior years.
No, it's not.
Eating
They
cat
were,
food,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I remember this as a child. Some things just sink in. I mean, I could picture those commercials still, you know. So that's why I'm bringing them up, you know. So back then, when Reagan was president, people were yelling to him, well, how do we put an end to this? This is ridiculous. We got all these seniors, they're resorting to eating cat food. Well, I mean, government doesn't always have the answer, you know. He could have created another program, but we already have it, Social Security, but that's not enough for you to live off of.
No.
So he came up with this idea. He's like, wait a minute. A lot of seniors may have been paying for years into a home that they've been making mortgage payments on all their lives. You're living on your retirement plan. If there was a way that you could pull the money out, your equity out of that home, that you could live off of your equity.
Right.
So basically they created this program that they allowed lenders to make monthly payments to the borrower. Isn't that the reverse of what's normal? That's why they call it a reverse mortgage. Instead of making payments to the lender makes payments to the borrower.
Yeah, the reverse. Yeah.
Paying them back their equity so that they can live off of it. And hopefully, I mean, it took you 30 years to pay off that mortgage. Maybe it'll take you 30 years to get it back, right?
Well, who knows?
And we'll see. We'll see if you, I mean, we live longer and longer these days, you know, so hopefully, you know, you'll be able to live and continue to get all that money, you know, and then you can live out your senior years in dignity.
Right.
You know, by living off of the equity. And the best part is you never have to pay back that loan unless you sell the property or die.
I think makes sense. I mean, it's a good deal.
Yep. So that's what the good thing is for seniors there. You don't have to pay back the property. You don't have to pay back the loan until you sell the property or die. Now, sometimes I've gotten people in class before and they're like, well, what you can't inherit that property? What if you're the kid and you were supposed to inherit that property from the parent?
No.
My answer to you is, where were you when they had to resort to eating cat food?
They were eating cat food.
Right. Right.
You know, where were you to take care of you're just worried about your what you're going to get when your parent dies. Really? I'm not even going to.
And that has to be when you 65 or 62 years old.
62. When you're 62 or older, you could do a reverse mortgage on the house, and so they'll start paying you back the equity, and you don't have to make any more mortgage payments. Now, it is a first mortgage. There is no other loan on the property. Let me show you. So if we go to the whiteboard, I'm going to show you a little thing about reverse mortgages here. Come on, let me back out of here. Let me show you how this works on a reverse mortgage. What's going on? Come on, Microsoft, don't screw me up now. Come on. Oh, okay, I could draw here still. Okay, so can't change anything, but look, I could still draw, so that's all that matters. Oh, maybe not. Now it's backing me out. All right, so let me open up a new whiteboard for you. Nice clean whiteboard. We'll talk about reverse mortgages just a little bit here for a second. So let's say that you are a senior, right? And your home is worth $350,000, right? And you're 62 years of age. And let's say you still have a $50,000 balance on the property. You paid down $300,000 over the years, but you still owe $50,000. The lender will pay off this $50,000. They'll pay it off. So now you only have one loan on the house. That loan is for $50,000. And then every month they're going to make equity payments from the $300,000 of equity that you have built into that property. So the lender will be paying the borrower monthly payments from the equity that's built in. So there is no more $50,000 loan. They paid that loan off. So there's only one loan on the property, one loan. So it is a first loan. It is a first mortgage.
Mhm.
Okay. So in your book, I want you to write above reverse mortgages. I want you to highlight, first of all, the first line. A reverse mortgage is one in which regular monthly payments are made to the borrower. Now, in order to qualify for such loans, you do have to have a lot of equity in the loan. So what's a lot of equity, you may ask? You got to have at least 60 to 70% of the home paid off in order to qualify. So look, what here, 60 to 70%. Here, let's take this example that we had up here already. If we have a home that's $350,000, and say that you had, let's say you had 70% of the home paid off. Sorry, I gotta locate my calculator. $350,000
145.
times 70% paid off. That's, yep, that's $245,000, right?
Yeah.
That's the amount of equity that you have. So you're basically getting a loan for, let's see, 350,000 minus 70%. Well, 350,000 minus 245,000. That's 105,000. So you're starting off with a balance of $105,000 on your reverse mortgage. And then you still have $245,000 of equity that they could pay back to you over the years.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's better than no retirement plan at all, right? That's better than what's sitting in your bank account right now, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And that will be a split through the months, I would say, right? Through the
Yeah,
years.
you're getting paid monthly throughout the years.
Wow.
And even, look, even if you live long enough so that all that equity is paid out, you still are the owner of the home and you do not need to sell the property. You could still live in it until you die without making any mortgage payments.
Wow.
So what happens to the 105,000?
Well, that's your debt already.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to pay that some type of way. Is that through the payments they give you?
No, you don't have to make any payments. They make payments to you monthly. You do not have to make any payments on this loan. You do not have to pay this loan back unless you sell the house or die.
So when you die, it's okay. It's paid off.
So when you die, so here, look at it this way. A reverse mortgage, here, let me see how they could word it on exams, perhaps. Well, they could word it a couple different ways. A type of loan where the mortgagee makes small monthly payments to the mortgagor, building up debt.
Oh, God.
I don't like that. Mm-mm.
Well,
I'm already wrong in that one. Yes,
hold on. Who's the mortgagor?
You
Me.
are the one who owns the house.
The
owner.
borrower. The mortgagor is
Yeah,
the borrower, right?
Yeah.
Remember that.
The owner.
Mortgagor is the borrower. So a type of loan where the mortgagee is making small monthly payments to the mortgagor, just translate the words mortgagee and mortgagor. Mortgagor is the borrower, mortgagee is the lender. So what type of loan is the lender making small monthly payments to the borrower, building up debt?
Oh,
Reverse
mortgage.
Reverse mortgage.
Reverse mortgage.
It's usually the opposite, right? It's usually the reverse.
mortgagor paying to the mortgagee. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
So what happens is you got this $105,000 you're starting off with with the loan which you already had as a balance on there on your existing loan anyway, except you were making the mortgage payments for this balance still. Now you do away with that. No more monthly mortgage payments for you.
I like that.
Instead, now the lender is all this money that you paid in over the years. The lender is now paying back to the senior.
And the lender is starting to own your home, right? They own that home now.
Well, they're building up debt.
They built.
Right.
They're not going to own it. You still own your home. It's your home. Now, let's just say that you live long enough that they pay out another 100 grand of that property back to you.
Mm-hmm.
So now, what do you owe? $205,000.
Mm-hmm.
And what let's just say the property value didn't go up or down. It just remained the same.
Or you didn't improve nothing in the house. and
It's
then-
$350,000 property value.
Yeah.
So let's just say that the property value did not go up and it did not go down over the years that they were paying you out this 100 grand from the reverse mortgage. So
It still wins.
you died. So now you got a total balance of $205,000, right? So 350,000 minus 205,000.
145.
That's 145. You have in equity still. You died with $145,000 in equity still on the property. Now your
Right.
heirs can get this $145,000 in equity, or if they want the house,
They can pay it off.
They
They
can-
can pay you debt.
they could pay back this money to keep the house, because that's the debt.
Okay.
And don't worry about what your heirs get. Where the hell were they when you were eating cat food? Hell, you should have been taking a cruise or something to use up the rest of that equity if you knew that you weren't going to be living out long enough to take advantage of it, right?
Right.
Now, you can't take it with you, right?
Nope.
All right. So that's a reverse mortgage.
Got it.
It's building up debt. So highlight a reverse mortgage is one where regular monthly payments are made to the borrower. And you could write above it or below it, loans to seniors with a minimum 60 to 70% equity. And then write somewhere by there, this is a first loan. This is a first mortgage.
I'm sorry, just one second. You said loans to seniors and what else?
Loans to seniors with at least 60 to 70% equity.
What was that we were supposed to write over top of reverse mortgage?
Loans to seniors,
No.
that's
Above.
what you're writing above.
Oh, okay.
Loans to seniors with at least 60 to 70% equity. And then write, this is a first loan, not a second. It's not a second mortgage, it's a first. There is no other loan. They paid off any loans that you had on the house so that this is the only loan on the house, which you don't have to pay back until you sell or die.
Okay.
Now, home equity loans are a little bit different. If we turn the page, a home equity loan is a type of second mortgage loan. So a home equity loan, it doesn't pay off your current mortgage. A home equity loan is it's a second loan. It's a loan against the equity that you have in the house. But when you take out these types of loan, you've got to start paying them back right away. It's a traditional loan. So there is ways that other people who are not seniors who don't have a lot of equity can still pull out the equity that they built into their properties, and they could use it for whatever reason they want. They could get a home equity loan or a HELOC. which is a home equity line of credit. It's like they give you a credit card, a line of credit based on the amount of equity that you have built into the home. So you could draw on it as needed. A bridge loan is a type of interim financing when you're selling one house and buying another. Sometimes you have to put an offer on the next house before you close on the sale of your existing one. So this type of loan is used to bridge the gap because most people can't afford mortgage payments on 2 homes. So you can use a bridge loan to swing the payment on the 2 homes in the interim until you sell your current home. So these loans are meant for short-term periods and they're interest-only loans. So let's highlight on page 254, 3rd paragraph. The homeowner who's selling one residence and buying another may find it necessary to purchase a new home before closing date on the present one. In that situation, a bridge loan, swing loan, or interim financing may be arranged. Such loans are usually provided for interest-only payments for short-term periods no longer than 6 months.
And so they get straight loans for that?
Yes, this is considered a straight loan. It's interest only. It's for a short period of time, not more than 6 months. You should be able to sell your house in 6 months.
Yeah.
This is when you're selling one house and buying another.
Right.
So you didn't close on your current home yet, but you have to put that offer in on the other, otherwise you're going to lose it.
Right.
Right. We usually try to coincide closings so they're within at least days of each other. Right. But that's not always possible. So if that's the case, most people can't afford to make a mortgage payment on 2 homes. So you could get a bridge loan that would bridge the gap.
And you just paying interest on it.
And you just pay interest, and you could use that loan to make the mortgage payments on both. Oh, it's 4:40 already.